All right. Well, welcome to the Impactathon final pitches. We're just going to be kicking off now. And first, we want to start with introducing our judges. We have an amazing panel of judges. And I wanted to also introduce Adam Cole from Join the Journey. So Adam, if you want to introduce yourself first, actually.
Yeah, hey everyone, we're really glad to be able to make it to what is now the finale in Impactathon. We've been really just hacking it, as they say. We started off 24 hours ago just with this idea of what is social enterprise and how can we change the world through business solutions. And what we're about to see is 24 teams, roughly thereabouts, and some all the way from Zambia, some out in San Fran, and it's just amazing to see that breadth and scope. And we hope to really find some innovative solutions and ones that truly can solve poverty. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we come up with here, and over to the judges to be able to share a little bit about them, just for everyone that's watching this online and at home. We have recruited some amazing 4 judges that truly span the spectrum of both poverty alleviation, business enterprise, and are the top of their class in their fields. And we're really grateful to them. I'll turn it back over to you, Nithal, just to introduce everyone one by one.
Yeah, that's great. So maybe we can start with Eric, Radha, Will, and Grace. Please feel free to introduce yourselves and share a little bit about your background and maybe a little perspective on what you look for when you hear pitches, especially when they're coming from the social impact arena.
Great. I guess I'll kick it off. My name is Eric Van Trump. I currently am with Water Damage Clean. Started the company about 5 years ago here in South Florida. And I'm originally from Los Angeles, California, born and raised. Went to school at the University of Colorado Boulder. And after that, spent a lot of time working with charities, including Love Thy Neighbor, especially with Join the Journey since inception, and with the March of Dimes and the Blood Center. I'm a huge pleasure to be here today in terms of criteria. I want to see the innovations that are going to make a difference, a long-lasting, as well as a short-term impact. So thank you again for having me. I look forward to this Impactathon.
Hello, my name is Will Harris, and I am CEO of Willpower Consultation. We do global business development. So I have trainers that work for me from Bali to Baltimore. And from a humanitarian standpoint, I'm the founder of Willpower Humanitarian Foundation. We focus on women empowerment, child education, and anything that combats poverty. So I'm very honored and excited to be with this group today. And what am I looking for? So from a speaking background, from a presenting background, from a passion background, I'm looking to see that the participants are bringing it, that they're easily understood, that their message can be articulated, not just within this group, but throughout the world. It's an honor to be here today.
Hi, I'm Radha Basu. I'm originally from the southern part of India. I'm an engineer. I was in the corporate world HB, and then I started a software company, took it public on NASDAQ, and so I was very much part of that for about 25 years, and then started a foundation that really brings together technology and impact, social impact for young people, creating livelihoods and jobs by skilling them. Then about 7 years ago, we started iMerit Technology Services, of which I'm the CEO now. And that is about creating technology services in very, very emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, et cetera, and building an inclusive workforce. So we have about 2,800 people, and really excited to say that 54% are young women from very marginalized backgrounds, and 80% are from the impact background. So it's a nexus of technology, business, and really in the forefront, and impact. And that's my passion. And I started the Frugal Innovation Lab at Santa Clara University to see how engineers can innovate and bring products to market for emerging markets from accessibility, affordability point of view. And I'm really excited to be on this panel because I think this is the future, how you look at how business, innovation, and impact can come together. I think majority of businesses in the future, the workforce of the future, will bring these three things together. This is not something off to the side. I believe that this can be the mainstream. So very excited and welcome all the young entrepreneurs to participate.
Great, and Grace, you're next. And before I let you have the mic, I just want to say that Grace is from Impact Houston, and they have a surprise to offer every participant here. And Grace, I'll let you share on that as you share about who you are.
Thank you so much, Adam. So I am Grace Rodriguez, Executive Director of Impact Hub Houston. We're one of over 100 Impact Hubs in over 55 countries around the world, and we are all dedicated to inspire, connect, and empower changemakers and social entrepreneurs. So if you're working on solutions towards any of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we want to help you. We want to help you create that scale at impact as well. So we're really interested to see how, what kind of solutions you have come up with, what kind of ideas that you have on ending poverty, and how can we support you all with the resources of our network. And to that end, and to what Adam is alluding to, we are offering a Connect membership for free for a year for everybody who has participated in this. And I can share this in the chat. But if you go to impacthub.net/join/connect, you can sign up for a Global Connect membership. And again, our goal is to help you change the world. And so if you think that you can take advantage of this and it can help support you make change in your local community, as well as on the global issues of poverty and hunger and all of the other SDGs, then please reach out to us and let us know how we can help you.
Yeah, that's really incredible. And that's the spirit of what this Impactathon is about, is people coming together, and we'll make sure to put that in the announcements. Well, just for the people viewing it at home on the live stream, just as an announcement for all of you all, we are going to have every team that's been here, and they will be presenting their solution, as I said, and it's going to be on criteria such as innovation, how they brought the team together, how they looked at the problem, and just really run everyone through how they not only see a problem, maybe even very real to where they're at in India, Africa, and then how they work together to solve it, and just seeing the big picture. And we have people like Impact Houston, some of our sponsors, Focus Mentoring. We've got Global South by SouthX that is providing some non-monetary consulting to some of the winners here based on these pitches. And for joining the journey, thanks to our donors and just people that have come forward to believe in this. We're giving away $2,000 in prize money. So we're excited. I know that a lot of these participants are rearing to kind of vie for that, and may the best team win. And on that, Nithal, over to you. And should we kick off the first one?
Yes, absolutely. So thanks to all the judges and all of the participants and sponsors. We're ready to go. And so, and I didn't introduce myself. I realized my name is Nithal Parak. I'm the founder of Innovate Social. And you'll see me a lot here facilitating some of these conversations. So we're ready to go with team, the healers team. And Jayesh is the point person. So Jayesh, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and turn your video on, and you can share screen if you like.
Thank you, ma'am. So my name is Jayesh, and I'm the lead for the team, the Healers. So I request Iona to share the screen. She will be guiding me through that. Yep. Here is our presentation.
We are the team Healers. and we are here to create an impact on our society we care for. 5% of Indian people are living in extreme poverty conditions where they can't even meet their basic needs. These are people who live without a shelter on the roadsides or maybe in the under construction areas. The root causes for the poverty identified by us are illiteracy, social inequalities, lack of resources, indebtedness, unemployment, generational poverty. This affect people in different ways and sometimes leading to their death. Food Blaze. Kill the Hunger is our one solution to all those problems. Food Blaze is an app that connects the food givers with the needy people through representatives. A single tap on the app addresses the major problems of India, such as hunger deaths, malnutrition, unemployment, social inequality, cleanliness, and generational poverty. We filed the tenders with the municipal corporation for major cities in India to provide the workers who cleans the city. We hire the people from middle class as representatives to collect food from rich class, such as hotels, parties, and middle class, and distribute it to the poor. But, but only when the poor cleans the city. No gain without pain. This connects the three classes of community rich, middle class, and poor and kills the hunger and keeps the city hygienic. COVID-19 taught us how important it is to maintain the hygienic environment. Our food blaze makes India hunger free, motivates poor to work hard as we won't provide food free for cost, provide an unemployment to youth who are dropouts with basic but no specialized education, reduces the food wastage. Indirectly, this keeps the city clean as the wastage is dumped on the street by many people, keeps the city clean as poor sweeps out the waste to earn the food and basic wages, and the most importantly, the business growth for the hotels. At last but not the least, it reduces the gap between three sections of people by developing an empathy between them and teaching the happiness in sharing and giving by utilizing the excess food which would otherwise have been thrown in the garbage. Robin Hood Army provides food to the poor, freely collected from hotels, created no employments, increases laziness in poor, not a business model, no benefit to three sections of community, and not sustainable. A business model is more effective as it helps more than one community. Little efforts can sometimes create a huge impact on the society. Our team is the best because we have the skills that are required to make this food blaze cost effective. Our team members are experts in selling, marketing, communicative skills, interpersonal skills, story writing, telling, app creation, website designing, fast thinking, video making, teamwork with awesome cooperation and coordination, leadership skills, empathetic towards social issues. This makes a solution to reach the right person in right time with the right strategy. This way, from one society to a city, from a city to a whole nation, and then gradually this solution can cover the whole world. Imagining the people with food in their plate, work to do, heart to keep, hygienic place to live, and that's how our dream, we are one, can be achieved.
That's all
Thank
from my
you.
side.
That's great. And we're going to go into 2 minutes of Q&A.
I'm sorry, Nito, can you say that again? You said 2 minutes of?
Q&A. So the judges, you can ask questions.
Okay, so I have a question for Jayesh.
Yes, sir.
Jayesh, why is this important to you and your group? Why did you guys focus on this?
Sir, there are poverty mainly we can divide into two groups in India, urban and rural. But the extreme poverty can be only seen in the urban areas, the cities, because in villages, the people who are poor manage to eat something because they work on someone's farm or their farm, or there are many people to help them. But in cities, that's not the condition. Everyone is busy with their own stuff. These guys sitting in down at the flyovers and sitting out without like a shelters, they need the help, and this is the solution, and this is a root cause that generates a poverty. It leads to generational poverty. If this the family continues to get begging, they won't have a growth in their life. So it is better to focus on this rather than like growing into gradual growth.
Jayesh, this is Radha. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
There have been several of these kinds of projects globally, especially a very successful one in Brazil in the favelas and in Rio. And so what I want to find out from you is how are you going to the connection between the supply and the demand. So there's the supply coming from hotels and stuff, and then there's the demand coming from the people who need it, of course, the people you're serving. How are you going to connect this? Do you have a technology platform? That's one of the things the Brazilian team had. It was a really great way of people who needed it being able to get on with just a very simple mobile device, and then where it was available. And the second question I have is, how are you going to be sure that that the food is fresh and it meets certain basic standards? So how is that going to happen? Have you guys
Yes.
thought through that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. The answer to your first question is like from the hotels or the events that are happening in the city and the poor people. There will be a system in the middle of that is we are working. So we keep a track of what it is coming from, and we have a mobile application that will track how much food is coming from, and the people will have a request on us. They will request for pickup. So we go and pick the food up and process in our system. Like government will pay us some money so that we can make these poor people work. Okay, so we make them poor people work, and we pay them a few small amount of money as well as the food we collected from all the sources, and the money left over from getting to the poor, that will be help to develop a system to maintain a system for a hygienic food. Also, the answer to your second question is like you
I think we're just out of time here, so we can wrap the response up.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, I think we're just running out of time, so you can just wrap up the response here.
Yeah, sure,
and then
sure,
conclude.
sure. So the answer to your second question is like we will be having a transparency in our system that will help us to generate, like to maintain the quality of food, that is refrigerated system and all the everything in the central system between the hotels and the poorest and the government. That will be a centralized system that will take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you were the very first pitch, so you should feel proud of yourself. You're kicking off our final pitch session. We have Team D, that is the Counterattack Poverty, and the point person is Casey. And the current team, you guys can go ahead and log off of the Zoom call and watch via the live stream. Thank you so much.
Actually, hey, we'll for that one, we sort of next time we'll have them stick around for the actual feedback. But in case they're listening at home, and since this is recording, let's just go ahead and do that here. So I'll moderate that, and again, just want to tally the score. So I'll just start with Eric. I think you're still on mute. Sorry. Something just happened.
And Adam, with the feedback, do you want, are you asking Eric to give his feedback, his score, or?
Give the, first, it will be, you know, if you want to do improvement point, and then, you know, the, you know, what they did best, and then at the final thing, and then give the score at the end, just to, you know, and that's why I gave you a et cetera, et cetera. You know, just so we have that transparency. If that makes sense. And if you guys obviously need time, just let me know. But Eric, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a great first presentation. A way to kick off the day. I thought it was a very good way to tackle some of the problems, but I think that there's a lot of important points that are going to be addressed with all the logistics. And I think that Radha had a great question. I mean, how do you ensure that people are going to get safe and sane food after it comes from hotels or various other places? And have the central system, I'm going to need a lot more explanation on how that is going to translate after being involved with homeless feeding here in South Florida for many, many years. You have to ensure that a quality product is going out, not only coming in. I gave a score of 25, and I think it was great. I think it was a great presentation to start off.
Great, thanks for that. Will?
So I agree with Eric. There was a great presentation, especially going first and without being privy to how the overall flow goes. I think the 4 minutes is really short. So to be able to answer all the questions that may come up, I looked at it in terms of the problem and being able to tackle generational poverty. Even seeing it within the USA, we were working with someone who is caught up, she's a Native American, caught up in the foster system, 4 generations in the foster system. So, and the root cause of it is poverty. So I like the fact that they had a video. I like that the person who started off talking was also the voice that was within the video. It made it so that us, the viewers, had more time to acclimate towards the difference in tonality and dialect. So from a communication standpoint, I thought it was fantastic. And I gave them a score of 24.
Okay, no, thanks for that. And let's go to then Roger.
So I thought their problem ID was good, and the way they defined it and then focused on what they wanted to go after. Where for me, it was really not just insufficient, but didn't at all meet my criteria was on the solution effectiveness. I thought it was vague, and they hadn't thought through 3 very key points, which was connecting from a logistics point of view. And maybe it's just because I did 5 of these projects with in the Frugal Innovation Lab and found all the problems with it. Maybe I'm a little bit stricter on it. I thought the impact potential was good. It's an inclusive solution. The overall quality of the pitch, again, goes back to very good visuals and video, but didn't go down into, hey, this is the way we can actually solve this problem, or we think we can. So I gave them a 20. Yeah. After listening to the others, there might be some adjustments. They were the first ones, but it was a solution where it fell apart for me. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think as everyone's getting into this and as they're watching at home, this is all just to better people. And we look forward to keeping this healthy criticism and healthy positive feedback so they can meet the instincts. On that, Grace?
I agree that they had a very nice presentation. I'm glad that they recorded it because it could just run without any glitches as long as the video was working. It was very polished. I also have the same reservations as Radha, and I feel like I didn't hear their user feedback, so I didn't know how much was based on assumption versus how much was actually based on real observation and human-centered design for developing the solution. So I gave them a 19.
Okay, no, this is all good feedback. Well, just to keep things moving, we're going to go to our next presenters. Ethel, I want to go ahead and introduce them.
Yes, we have our next team, which is Counterattack Poverty with Kesia and team. So Kesia, you can turn your video and audio on and share screen if you like.
as we have shared the pitches. So can I share that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you having some technical difficulties, or do you want to just at least speak to your slides?
They have a video, and Iona can share if that works.
You might be able to share the link.
Should I share the link?
Yeah, share the link, and then Ethel might be able to just play it for everyone.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's, let me see if I can.
You want to go ahead and take over, Ethel?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Am I visible? Screen?
Yes, but I think I have the link. So Casey, if you like, I can share. Okay, perfect.
Okay, 1 minute. I didn't share it with the. Just a moment, please. Sorry. Hello everyone, this is Kesia and I am representing Counterattack Poverty Group. Let's talk about the scenario 1, and we have come up with a problem that Indian farmers have literally facing this issue. They are unable to maximize their profit because there is always an involvement of the broker in their trade, and these brokers are charging a very high rate when compared to the market rate. As a result of that, their profit margin is getting hampered, and this increases the poverty, and again the farmers are ending up their life. We can see 32,605 farmers have ended up their life in the period of 2001 to 2019. 24% of the farmers still fall under below poverty line. They are again getting cheated by the brokers, and the root cause of this is a lack of literacy, corruption, and change in climate. And the name of our firm is Kisan Ka Hak, that means right of the farmers. The vision of our company is help farmers of Vidarbha to maximize their profit. Here are our team, and we are best in team as a social enterprise because we have looked at this matter very closely, because one of our team member is literally facing the same issue. As a solution of being a social enterprise, we will help them to know about the government schemes. We will try to educate them and give the information about the current rate of the market. We will teach them the technique to lower their production, and we will also share their 50% of our profit with them. This is best solution because farmers will get educated. There will be no cost in terms of brokerage or transportation. They will have more profit, which will increase their standard of living, and the cost of production will go down. And if we are doing nothing, that means the poverty is again going to rise, which will lead the farmers to suicide, and the farmers may switch their sector and this will affect the economy at a very large rate, and it will come down to 40%. As you know, the COVID will make it more worse.
Okay, so when it comes to the success of any business, market potential is an important factor. And if I'll talk about our Vidarbha region, we have high scope in agriculture processing. I'll talk about soybean. So India produced 135 lakh tons of soybean in 2019, and 80% of this was only produced by Vidarbha. In Vidarbha, we have 60 to 65 soya processing units, and in future we will contact with at least 10 of this processing unit for our business. And when it comes to the demand of food, it will never decrease. The population will increase and the demand of food is going to increase, so there is no setback or there is no coming back in this case. And I think government has also tried to solve this problem by providing various government skill and the mobile app, but due to the illiteracy of farmers and the corruption, the farmers couldn't ever get properly in contact with the government, so the scheme failed. So as a social enterprise, what we are going to do is we will literate the farmer. We won't corrupt them, we will keep the transparency, and we'll make sure that we give them the 50% of our profit. So this is our profit oriented business model, and we are going to be the ethical brokers for the farmers. And for the feedback, we contacted 20 farmers, and among them 18 farmers showed the positive response and 2 of them showed the negative response, I think because of their rigid mentality. And this is our breakdown for the cost, and according to this breakdown of the cost, we will give the profit to the farmers. And for this business, we are definitely going to need the funds. I think for the startup we will require 20 lakhs, that is $2,700. And the Indian government has various schemes for the agricultural businesses, so that schemes are going to help us for getting the funds. And for the peach, the catalyst Gillian has helped us a lot, so thank you so much to her. And for our project, we have used our own experiences and intelligence. Thank you so much.
Great. And let's move into the 2-minute Q&A with the judges.
And just so everyone, just because we're a little bit behind schedule, what I'll have each of the judges do, we'll move it down to 1 question, and then I'll take 2 feedback points, and everyone else, if you can, at least write your score and the feedback points in the chat box. So let's go ahead and kick it to, who has a question on this one?
I have a question.
Oh,
go ahead.
Grace.
Thanks. How do you plan on delivering the education? So I understand that that's your solution, but I just want to know how you plan to implement it.
So Suhas Pawar, he is again a farmer, and he knows the technique how to reduce the cost of production, and we are going to literate them how they can effectively yield the maximum crops. So Suhas sir, I would ask you to add on.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Suhas. So as I'm a farmer, I am facing lots of problem. The farmer don't know which type of fertilizer and which type of pesticide he have to use, and at what time and at what percentage he can be used. The pesticide as well as the the pesticide as well as the say fertilizers. So the people or the farmers have to pay more cost, even they do not have to even though they don't require the fertilizer or pesticides, but as they do not have proper knowledge, they just believe that whatever the shopkeeper tell them, that will be the best solution, and that's why their cost of production goes on increasing. And if we provide the better knowledge to the farmers that at what time which type of pesticide should be used, or at what time which type of fertilizer should be used, then definitely their cost of production will goes down.
And also they don't know the market, what is the demand of that particular product, so we can guide them accordingly, so there will be no wastage as well.
Okay, great. Well, on this one, hey, Eric, I think we started with you last time, but do you want to give any feedback on this one? I know you seem like this was interesting for you.
Yeah, I'll just keep it real brief. I think it's a double-sided sword here, where I love your passion and I love how you speak about your education and about the farmers. But I think at the same time that kind of hurt you because you spoke fast. And when you're communicating with people, you want to make sure that you get your point across clearly, concisely, and make sure they understand you. And so I was trying to like catch up to your words when you're explaining it, and I caught up, but I would just encourage you to slow down a little bit and then get your point across like I'm talking to you now. I gave a score of 21 for your group. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Let's go to Grace.
So I love how you dove really deep into the problem identification. It's wonderful that you have a farmer as part of your team who can actually give you their direct experience. My feedback is really think about how you plan on delivering it. So when I asked that question, it wasn't what you plan on delivering. So what is the education? The how is, are you going to do it one-to-one? Are you going to go to the different farms and educate them through direct mentorship? Are you going to do group education? Are you going to create an app or some kind of text platform that will allow them to do education? So that I would love to learn more about the how.
Yeah, so in the slide itself, we have mentioned that we will be starting with 10 of the people in the beginning, 10 farmers at a time.
Okay, and Grace, what was the thought on just overall presentation on that one? Total score? Okay, great. Just in the interest of time, we'll keep moving, but did any of the judges want to do just a very quick comment?
Yeah, I have to. Everything else has been said around the presentation, but for everyone that's coming up and for the presenter today, just remember that people can always see your face. So throughout your presentation, if things aren't going well, you need to have that beautiful smile you have on right now, and that the one like, when things aren't going as well. But just overall, and because of the social problem that you chose, I loved it. And I gave you a 26.
Thank you.
This is Radha.
Thank you, sir.
I think the issue is so large, and it's not just the size of it, the breadth of it, but it's the depth of it. And so I'm really glad you addressed it and you articulated well, and you actually have a farmer on the team. For me, where I would say you need more effort. By the way, I do agree that you talk so fast that I had to keep track. But the taking one solution and really seeing the effectiveness, I think becomes so important, because otherwise it's like spreading so thin that you don't get depth of the solution. And this is something I would urge everybody on who's presenting. Please talk about the effectiveness of your solution, because if you have one pilot really well done and thought through, the business model, what technology you'll use, how you will get to the distribution, those kinds of things, then I think to replicate it becomes easier. So that's my feedback, and I give you the team a 22.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Let's move on to our next team. We have Climate Posse, and you can go ahead and share screen or turn your video on. And just a quick, okay, Peter, I think you'll have to stop sharing your screen because you won't be able to see the teams. Do we have Ishika and team Climate Posse ready to go? And if you finish pitching, you can go ahead and leave this Zoom call too, just so it doesn't get confusing for the judges.
You want to move on to the next and come back to them?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, guys. Yeah. The next ones are the gold diggers. It looks like we'll try to track them down. And just so everyone knows at home, we've got everyone on what's called a Discord server. Some people are offline, online. It's an interesting experience here. All right, we have some people entering, so this might be them. All right, hey, welcome everyone. I think, do we have the, is this the gold diggers here then? Ria Mishra, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I see Natasha, Vanessa, I think you guys are the...
Let's move on. Why don't we, I think that the gold diggers are having a challenge with their tech. So why don't we move on if we have the Ingenious Geniuses with Omkar and team. If you guys are ready, you guys can go ahead and jump in.
So we have a team lead here. If you're a team lead, just go ahead and unmute yourself and announce what team you're on. Sorry, you can't tell who you guys are. I see Yukta, Willie, Vanessa, Natasha, Verena. Are any of you guys the team leads here? And at this point, everyone, I'll be honest with you, if you're a team and you showed up early, you're on. We're having some tech issues. So are any of you all that are on the Zoom right now part of a team that would like to present?
I would also suggest if you're a team and you're not presenting to please leave the Zoom and watch on YouTube so we can keep this space relatively tight.
Sometimes on Zoom, people are not realizing that they're not unmuted. So this happened to me many times with presenting teams. So just maybe asking them again if to unmute.
Yes. All right, I think we have Ria joining now. She's from the Gold Diggers, so maybe we'll. Okay, Ria, I think your team can go ahead and present. You can share screen. Perfect. Thank you. All right, we're having a few technical difficulties here. So we're just going to for any of the teams that are watching on live stream, and if your team is ready to go, I would invite you to go ahead and join us here in the meet. Just mute yourself, but you can just kind of get in line, and we really want to move this along. We have a lot of teams to get through. So so if you're watching on the live stream, you can find the link in the Discord channel. That's the pitch room waiting room, the pitch waiting room, and you can just meet us here in the meet and go ahead and make your presentation.
All right, looks like I got a message that Team K is ready to go, so we'll go ahead and let them go next. Ria, I know that you guys are up, but are you having a problem to unmute? We can't hear you right now.
Hello everyone, my name is Ria. It is coming. There is some tech issues. My name is
Adam, I think there's an internet connection issue. We may want to go to the next group until the connection is established.
So we've got Team K. Do we have Team K that jumped on?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Team K, the Ingenious Geniuses.
Okay, go ahead, you're up.
Okay. Shall I start, sir? Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, hello, and the institute that we are going to hold on is Educate to Elevate. So, what does the main issue that causes poverty? So, basically, it's lack of educational awareness, then there's social mainstream, then financial literacy, generational poverty. Among these all, the one thing that is really affecting poverty is educational awareness. Like, people are really illiterate around the globe. So, that is very important. And the institute that we are going to rise up is going to help all the tribal children that are around and the people who face extreme poverty. And here is a graph wherein you can see that how much poverty is there around the globe. Okay, so what are we planning to do? What is our business plan? Is we are going to rise up an institution wherein we'll have students which will do the work as well as learn. Okay, so it's earning and learning. So basically, we are going to bring projects or some certain works from around the locality and present it to the students to do it on their own, and thus they'll learn from it as well as they're going to get stipend for it. So this is one thing, and it will be practical oriented. The next thing is that the industries have a major flaw is that the paid leaves, like if I take a sick leave, I don't get paid for it, my wages are just cut down. And the main important other thing is that there's general inequality. Like a female full-time worker gets 78 cents, while comparatively a male gets 1%. So we'll definitely work on this in our institution. Then what are the pillars? What will keep us going? That is, we'll have a really technically strong team. We'll have edification skills and practical oriented. People these days have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but have a zero knowledge on hands-on. So this is one main thing. Then the next part is, why do we need to do this now? The earlier you start learning, it's more beneficial, the more better you get at it. So it's important that we start right now and today itself. Then what is the size of the market? Now the people around the globe, the illiteracy is growing day by day, and we need to cut down that. For that, we'll have a lot of growth potential in this institution. Then the next one is, who else is trying to solve this problem? Along with people like us, there are also certain institutes that are doing this, like the Akanksha, Nepture Foundation, and then the NGOs which are working. But the one main flaw in these institutions is that they are all not centralized. Like they are just located to a certain region, okay? But we'll not do that. We'll go to all the regions who need us, and we'll do uh, the upbringing of this institution over there. Okay. Then the next one is, what did we do to get a feedback of people? Like we had a Google form wherein we asked people that whether this was reasonable and will this work out. Then here's the result that we got. It's almost 90% that people agreed to what we said. Okay. And our business module will give, there will be skilled self-reliant childs that will hold our main source of income, and also providing internships nourishing for young graduates to build skill sets. Okay, it's like totally practical based, and the amount that we'll need to raise for this will be approximately 25 lakhs. And what are the things which will measure the social impact is that the by which we measured were local authorities feedback, then skill growing factors and social factors. Okay. And what do we ask? We just ask for expertise faculties and edu-train for the children. Okay. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Great, appreciate that. Sharing screen. I'm looking at myself, sorry. Good. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go now. Kind of reverse. Radha, any question from you or?
Yeah, I think the problem that you're stating is pretty clear. It's there. It's definitely universal. What I did hear, though, from a solution and just from an overall what you want to do was very general. You were looking at education. You were looking at children doing internships. I have being in the skilling and of young people and in the space of and then having them work. I think the age of the kids, when you provide, what kind of internship you provides, all of these are pretty big factors. And I would like to see a specific solution. And then you went off to another problem, and then you went global. So I would like to see one area, one solution that just really shows how this is practical, what is possible, what kind of work would bring in. So that's what I'm really looking for. And I would urge you to focus on that and to be able to see the efficacy of the solution before you go broader. That would be my input. And I gave you your team 19.
Great, thanks for that. And just to make sure that we are all on the same page here, you guys are the Ingeniouses?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Again, wanted to double, triple check. Okay. Grace, let's go to you for the feedback.
Sure. I like how much research you did. It was really good that you dove into that. I like the idea of paying the students stipends to participate, because a lot of times in these programs, incentivizing people to participate is important, or else they don't see the need to do it. My question is, if it were 25 lakhs per person, how many people do you plan on reaching, and how many people can actually pay that? And then will that actually be able to pay for you to deliver those services? Because you have to think of the operations and the teachers and everybody who needs to get paid as well. So the feedback I would provide is, really build out your revenue model and see how you can make it sustainable. And I agree with what Radha said, focusing on how can you try that in a hyper-local community first, and then think about how you can scale that moving forward. So I gave the team a 21.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great, no, good feedback. Eric?
Thank you very much to the Ingenious Geniuses. I think that your heart is in definitely the right place. I think that you're trying to tackle a lot in a little amount of time. And so with what I was hearing, it sounds like you're throwing a huge net over a bunch of problems, and you haven't really focused and honed in on one problem that you can make a bigger impact. For that reason, I gave a 19, and I wish you all the success in the world.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Great. And Will?
So for me, it's for the Ingenious Geniuses. I think your name is genius. I like your name. And frankly speaking, I think you have been the best ones so far. That being said, I want to just talk about the presentation part. So when you're doing a presentation, make sure you have it on presentation mode so that people aren't able to see the slides you're going to have coming next and things of that sort. Initially starting out, you were speaking really fast. So when it comes from presenting, just breathe in and breathe out. Okay? You can also squeeze your fist really tight and then release to let that tension go. These type of things calm you down. And then have a purposeful pause. When you first starting off, if you were speaking to an international group, it's going to take a moment for people to understand your dialect and how you speak. But as you move forward, you slowed down and your presentation itself became much richer. I gave you a 26.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, great. Well, thank you for presenting. And we look forward to seeing more from you guys, and we'll provide final totals at the end. I see we're starting to get more people in the room, which is great. And for those that are ready, can I just have someone come off mute and be able to say that they're the next speaker?
Yes, I'm just, Gold Diggers is ready, and I think Ria and the team is ready to go. So go ahead.
Hello, am I visible and audible to all of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Thank you. Okay, so is it visible to all of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. My name is Neha Booth, and I am representing Team Gold Diggers from India. So our startup name is Unerica. So our team members include Ria, Gaurangi, Yukta, and me, of course. Okay, so our problem statement is we are focusing on scenario 1, that is how we'll be able to solve extreme poverty by the end of 2030. So for this, we have narrowed down to a region called as Chhattisgarh, which is a state of India. Why we choose Chhattisgarh? Like for example, for all of you, if we want to do cleanliness in our nation, so where would we go first? We would obviously clean our own house first, and then we would look forward. Like, we won't go to our neighbor's house and clean their house first, and then we would clean our surroundings. So whenever we want to do anything, we would clean our house first, and then we would go on to our surroundings. So for that example, like, I am from India, I thought, me and my team members, we coordinately choose Chhattisgarh as a state. So we narrowed down from our nation and we chose Chhattisgarh because Chhattisgarh, compared to all over the nation, has the highest poverty ratio comparing to all other states. Chhattisgarh, there are two parts of Chhattisgarh, northern Chhattisgarh and southern Chhattisgarh. The northern part of the state is high, well-to-do, luxurious families, but the southern part is very poor. Like, people there, they have huge buildings, they have schools, they have classrooms, they have air conditioners, they have everything, but they don't have teachers to teach. Like, just imagine, we have everything in our house, but we don't have our mother to feed us. Would it be of any use? No, right? Because mom is an essential feature of our home. Just like that, they have huge buildings, but they don't have teachers to teach them. So the population of whole state is accordingly 3.25 crores. So approximately 1 crore of the part lives in a poverty region. Like, they don't have food to eat, they don't have proper sanitation, they don't have clean waters, and they don't have literally education rate. Most of the children being in there focus on being labor. Like, if the father becomes a labor, it's a matter of fact that the son would also be the labor's child. Meanwhile, in today's world, we should focus on, if my father is a labor, it's not compulsory that the child should be the labor too. I can have a better future and I can rule the world. So we have came up with two solutions. First is providing free education to those children. So what we'll be going to do is, we need volunteers like some youths who will be willingly coming forward to us to let us teach that children's. Like, we want volunteers who can train those poor children's so that they can educate, they can stand up on their feet and become independent. The second solution we have come up with is, we want to engulf entrepreneurship skills into that youth. Like, they are far backward, so we want to increase the literacy rate amongst them so that we can have help themselves to get a little further. For this, we were very lucky to have one of our teammates named Yukta. She and her family relatives were from the same state called as Chhattisgarh. So what we did, we created a Google form and we circulated through her household and to our households also. So by that Google form, we got, till now, I've just released it 2 hours ago. So till that, we got 48 responses, and we asked them, like, can we minimize the poverty ratio by focusing on education? So we got their responses. Then we asked again that would we be able to eradicate poverty? We again asked them, what according to you all, what are the various features which we can help to eradicate poverty? So they all respond with these kind of answers. Then the best thing, we were so amazed to look at this when we asked them in our Google form, would you be interested to be a part of our mission? And 81.6% of people said yes. And we didn't even imagine, like, we were expecting a no from all of them. But when we came through this ratio, we were like, oh my God, people actually trust us. So that's the best part. So this was our feedback when we created the Google form. Now,
and we've just run out of time, so you can just wrap up. We've just run out of time.
Okay. So what are we asking for? We need you to meet us with some of the volunteers who are willing to work with us and train those poor children. And then we also need some kind of fundings, and we also need to know some kind of NGOs who would help us to connect with them. What we just asking for is to get these smiles of these people back. We want nothing but to get smiles of these children and let them give a chance to rule the world once again. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. Let's start with Will for we'll do a combo, comment and or question.
Okay.
Will Harris, one of our judges, please. Any questions?
So my question, Nia, is this set up like a business? What's the business component of it? Because this is around being a social entrepreneur. So where's the entrepreneur?
The business entrepreneur in this is, sir, the volunteer which we would connect with them. So the volunteers would help the children to teach. So we can make money. Like Chhattisgarh is famous for its craft work. Like the best crafter you will get in the entire nation is from Chhattisgarh. So we can use these craftsmen, these workers to create crafts work for us, and then we can sell it over the world. Like we all know how ancient things are of highly priced. So we can sell them and gain money. Like we can also train those children and get some money. We can also have our future teachers, future anything, and we can train those children to do work for us.
Okay, thank you.
Neha, this is Radha. I think the need here, as you've defined it, is very, very good, and Chhattisgarh in particular needs this. Um, just like the previous question, I also have the question of what you've got a broad thing of getting volunteers. There are more than 150 nonprofits and for-profits, foundations, government projects on skilling young people for jobs. I know this because the Anudeep Foundation that I'm involved with has trained more than 110,000 people into IT and tech jobs. So the thing is, what would you do? What volunteers are you looking for? What's the business model? What is the exact solution? And the other thing you say of selling handicrafts, that's a whole setup in itself to sell handicrafts online, to get the quality of it. That's also even like another separate NGO. So my request to you would be to please hone in on a problem, a solution, and see how it works. The volunteer idea is very good, but you need to go some more deep into this.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Radha. And do you want to just provide your score as well then?
Adam, because of all the confusion, this is, just want to make sure the name of the organization so that we're not making mistakes.
This one is the Gold
Diggers. Okay, got it.
Diggers, yeah.
Adam, if you can come back to me at the end too, because I'm tallying up the scores now, and I'll be able to tell you after the other judge finishes their comments.
Great. Eric?
Thank you very much to the Gold Diggers. Thank you, Neha, for your presentation. I liked it. I thought that you're putting your hand out there asking for help from us and from organizations like ours in order to get volunteer teachers. Maybe you set up a website and that attracts volunteers. I actually went and volunteered for 6 months with no pay in the jungle of Brazil because of website. And so therefore, if you're getting volunteers from around the world to help educate, it's obviously a massive issue in the state that you're in. But my score for you guys was 26. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Was that the last judge, Eric? Eric was the last judge?
Yeah. Well, Grace, I think we've got yours on tally. Just in the interest of time, I don't know if you want to add anything here, but if you do, otherwise we'll keep moving.
I agree with what's previously been said and asked.
Okay. Thank you. Will?
My score is 26 for this group. I think the house analogy was phenomenal. I think the speaker did a fantastic job of presenting too. The analogy in the beginning was great. I think as just a suggestion, the more you practice and time how long it takes you to go through, that will help you, and maybe having some cues within your slides to let you know when to move on. But that house analogy and cleaning up your house, yeah, that resonated. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Great. And Robert, just get your final score. The Gold Diggers. We can come back on that one. But great job. Very good presentation, and we're excited to see where that idea continues. So thanks again to you all. And Ethel, over to you on who's next.
Okay, great. So we have Team X, Build the Future next. And I just wanted to make a quick note too, we're getting, as we get more organized, we have a more organized system of time. So Ioana, who is on the call, Ioana, if you want to unmute yourself and just say hi real quick, we'll be making a sound or just letting audio, letting the team know when their time is up. So so just listen for that. Ioana, if you want to unmute yourself and just introduce yourself, that's great.
Yeah. Yes. Hi everyone. My name is Joanna, and this is going to be the sound I'm gonna be playing when you have 1 minute left. All right. Just the sound on 1 minute left.
All right. And so now we have Team X. Please go ahead and you guys have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nalanj. I'm Haitian. I'm living in Haiti, and then I grew up in Haiti. But ever since I was a child, I always see waste everywhere in Haiti, in all places. We have mountain of waste. I even experienced people were selling their food on waste when I go to markets in Haiti. And I saw that a change needed to be made in this sector, and that motivated me to get involved in the recycling sector in Haiti. Company addresses two critical issues that adversely impact Haiti. The first one is pollution due to plastic waste. In Haiti, Haiti is the country that produces more plastic waste in the Caribbean, and we have the lower rate of recycle in the American continent. We have 6,000 cases of hospitalized Haitians due to garbage pollution. And the second problem is unpaved roads. In Haiti, we have 84% of roads which are not paved, and that limit access to economic mobility assets for 19% of Asian people. So what we are doing in our company, we are collect plastic waste from vulnerable cities and we transform them into good pavers for road construction and sustainable development products. We are in teams. We are from different universities and different disciplines. We put ourselves together to tackle the problem of waste management in Haiti. Our addressable market is valued at $2 million in the first 2 years. And our target clients are local schools, construction firms, municipalities, neighborhoods in Haiti. We have two famous competitors in Haiti. They are Group Jean-Verb and Prefab. But what makes our product unique is that our product is more resistant than concrete pavers. We offer better traction, water resistant, minimal water absorbency with a lower price. We spent $12 to produce 1 square meter, and we sell our square meter at $20. We are able to produce now 2 square meter per day. We already recycle 1,000 kilogram plastic waste from Cité Soleil and Bon Repos in Haiti, and we test our prototypes in National Laboratory of Building Materials. The next stage now is to implement a new technology to become a sustainable company, because the technology that we are using is not really sustainable. It's a traditional technology, but we need now to change the technology, and we are seeking for $20,000 to purchase a new equipment from a traditional technology to a new technology to create 10 jobs for Haitian people, recycle more plastic waste, and produce more pavers to pave roads in Haiti. What we are asking is to invite you to join us in our movement of building a new future for Haiti. We are waiting for you in Valblas. Thank you.
Great, that was wonderful. Let's go to Grace for any comments and questions.
Thank you. That was a really great presentation. My questions are, how did you arrive at the $2 million market size? And what is the technology that you want to implement?
Yeah. First of all, I said that we are able to build 2 square meter per day in Haiti now. But with a new technology, we'll be able to build more than 2 square meter, and we are selling our square meter at $20. So if we have 1,000 square meter, we'll be able to sell each square meter at $20, and we will be able to have this money in next 2 years. And the technology that we are using now is a traditional technology, and then is this technology, if you can see my screen, and then we just use uh, uh, a material that we build us. We build this material, and then we melt plastic with sand. But with this money, we will be able to buy a new machine, which will be industrial machine, and then we'll be able to protect more the environment, because during our production now we have some smoke that we give in the environment. But our objective is to become a sustainable company, and to become that we need a new machine to reduce all our negative impact on the environment.
Thank you. My last thing is, you had a great ask that was very specific of how much money you need and what you're going to apply it to. And I scored you at 24.
Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And this is just to confirm, Build the Future Team X, correct?
Yes.
Great, good exchange there. Let's go to Eric next.
Thank you much. Thank you to Team X. I think you have a long, hard road ahead of you, pun intended, for all the work that has to be put in, but I think that was a great presentation. It flowed very well, and I gave you a 25 as a score. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Great, and Raja, sorry.
I thought that this actually, again, flowed well. I understood. It was good for me to understand the problem. And what I really liked was that you had a solution. You'll find out what works and what doesn't work, but you have an approach, you have a solution, you know what your initial target market is, how much it will cost to build it, and you had a specific ask. And so I would say honing in on the solution and some of the questions about what works, what doesn't work. Are there solutions like this elsewhere? Maybe even engaging with some student engineering teams in like I had mentioned, the Frugal Innovation Lab in Santa Clara University, because you could really get some depth of engineering there and technology. I think would be good to prove your solution. I really liked it. So I gave you a 26.
Thank you. We have one of the team who was studying civil engineer.
Okay, good.
And Will.
Thought the presentation was just awesome. I think that you did a phenomenal job expressing yourself. It was easy for me to follow your logic. And if you can communicate well the problem, then you pull people into looking for the solution. So I think you did extremely well. One area that I would suggest, whenever possible, and if you're doing video calls, since now we're in the COVID situation, and most things are happening from a business standpoint on video. When all possible, you want to try to have the light coming in your face. That way, the scenery won't be too dark, when all possible. So if you're able to somehow move your laptop or your camera around so that light that's behind you is facing into your face, it's going to give an overall beautiful image. I gave you a 27. 27.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's incredible. And I'm going to just do a kind of a sponsor announcement here, just because this is, you are in Haiti, and we've got actually one of our catalyst sort of stars, as I like to call him, Mark, Alain Boucault. I'm probably mispronouncing the French there. But Mark, I don't know if you want to come off mute and just say a couple words, and how delighted probably you are seeing people from your own home country be able to share innovative solutions like this. Mark?
Hi, everyone. I'm not going to be very long. Adam, you kind of called me on the spot. No, I'm really enjoying the pitch. I'm very proud of Nelange.
Thank you,
I
Makare.
actually just started tweeting her. I'm very happy that Haiti is pitching. The competition is truly global, and seeing Haiti being able to be part of it, all of you here know that we have a lot of issues to solve. So we are in need of creativity. Development aid hasn't really been able to solve the amount of issues, and every day we're having more problems. So initiatives like the one you're taking here is not just helping solving for Haiti, but also finding ideas that can be replicated elsewhere. I'm super excited to see people tuning in from truly around the world, pitching their ideas. So yeah, as Adam said, I'm the founder of Bunge. We are a co-working space here. So Nelange, you could have come here and have better lighting for your speech if you wanted. I'm seeing here. Yeah, we open our doors for so many different entrepreneurs. We are mainly focused on tech. We partner with Google, with Facebook to help, teach, allow people to explore ideas. And we also strongly focus on execution as well. So we incubate and accelerate startups here. So I'm really looking forward to some of the cool ideas that are coming in, whether they're coming from Haiti or coming from other parts of the world and wants to implement solution in Haiti. We're very happy to open arms and help partner with them and scale whatever they're trying to do here in Haiti. I'm super proud to be here. Adam, you're doing a fantastic job. And your team is incredible. So I'm going back, turning off my camera, but thank you so much for the spotlight.
Yeah, thank you, Mark and Nelange. Bravo to you.
Thank you, Alex.
Seeing where this goes.
Thank you.
And on that note, I'm just gonna, I think we have Team A. We're doing good now. We have a lot of teams ready. So I think let's just keep you all ready to go. But I think if Team A, I'm getting a couple notes that they have theirs. Are you guys on Natalie in yoga? Okay. You guys feel like you're ready to present?
Yeah, Yoga is gonna share the video because it's pre-recorded.
Yes.
Okay, go for
it. Okay, I'm playing now.
Hello, my name is Caleb PLV. I represent Haitiable. Haitiable is an organization that is focused on alleviating poverty in Haiti through upskilling the tourism sector.
So my name is Natalie, and I'm going to guide you through the rest of the presentation. So currently about 6 million people live in poverty in Haiti. And of those 6 million, 2.5 are living in conditions of extreme poverty. Although 57% of Haiti's GDP comes from tourism, the sector is frequently criticized for their inefficiency and incompetence of service due to a lack of vocational training in the hospitality sector. We believe that if we can provide vocational training in the hospitality sector, then we will improve the quality of tourism services, thus increasing the appeal for tourism to Haiti. This would increase the country's revenue from tourism and reduce extreme poverty through job creation, a method that has been used in a lot of the Caribbean. Our organization has two key components, training and consulting. The value proposition of training is to increase workers' service level and increase tourist satisfaction. We plan to do this by hosting in-person training sessions with community partners in the hospitality sector, as well as with those looking to enter the hospitality sector who cannot afford private hospitality education. Additionally, we hope to implement consulting, which would allow us to optimize hospitality strategy by customizing our training to the client's needs. Our team is very diverse, and we have worked to assign roles to each member, which will allow us to achieve our mission. So why should we act now? COVID-19 It's dramatically affected the tourism industry worldwide and created a dead period in travel. However, we want to take advantage of this time of limited travel to increase the efficacy and capacity of the tourism industry in Haiti in order to accommodate the increasing demand for tourism post-COVID-19. Currently, we are focusing our project on Cap-Haïtien, the capital city of Haiti. But once we see success in this program, we hope to scale it to other cities. In the existing solutions, most of the hospitality courses use the Haitian standard of service rather than a Western standard of service, which tourists expect and demand. So by increasing training, we are hoping to fill this gap. We pitched our training model to about 11 actors in Haiti's hospitality industry. And of the 11 people who responded, 10 of them believed that this was a necessary service that would improve the hospitality sector. Our revenue model would come mainly from a government grant in the first year, but after the first year, we would have our revenue come from course fees. Additionally, we hope to measure our social impact through tourist satisfaction, client profitability metrics, and the number of scholarships given. We see that our training services produce a stable income for our organization. However, in order to maximize our impact, we can additionally add consulting, which can help cover the cost of scholarships for individuals hoping to enter the hospitality sector through our training certificate. Our solution, however, is capable of producing revenue from year one. So what are we asking for? We are looking for partnerships, experts in the field of hospitality who can help us improve the standard of hospitality in Haiti. And in order to do this, we are requesting a $100,000 grant in order to launch our program. So thank you so much for listening, and yeah.
Great. No, that was really good. Another Haiti example, and you guys are looking at it from a different perspective, from tourism. Eric, I'll go to you first, because I know you've had some experience in the hospitality industry. What were your thoughts and feedback or questions?
As well, very well thought out presentation. So thank you very much for that. It's eye-opening. I mean, in a new environment, especially with COVID-19, tourism has taken a hit worldwide, and I don't think we have our finger on the pulse of when that's going to start ramping up a lot more. So in order to train people now that it's still subsiding, I think it's a great timing to give the education. I think also that teaming up with a lot of hotels or restaurants currently, providing those internships potentially before getting a $100,000 grant may make a large impact. I gave the team a score of 23, so great job. Thank you.
Thanks for that, and you're right, we are in some challenging times.
Thank you. That was a really great presentation. I also like that you had a clear ask. I have just a few questions, and these aren't free to answer right now, but just to consider. Will there be enough tourism in the future for this? Because, not knowing how long the pandemic will last, and not knowing how long the impact of the pandemic will last. So for instance, in the US, if it keeps happening here, what percentage of tourists come from the US, and then how will that impact the tourism sector there? But I wonder, could there also be brain drain from competing markets? And this is from the perspective of my background is, my parents are from the Philippines, and we have a lot of hospitality workers who actually leave the Philippines and go into other markets, for instance, the Middle East, to provide those services. But there's a net increase in remittances back to the Philippines, so that helps support those local communities. And maybe you don't just train people to serve in the tourism industry in Haiti, but also in other parts of the world. and I scored it 21.
No, that's great feedback. Rob?
Sorry. I think the presentation was well put together, highlighting what is needed. It's kind of an interesting angle to the whole thing in terms of the poverty alleviation. I was excited by the fact that young people can be involved. I think the questions I have are, is tourism enough of a market to go after in just Haiti? Particularly, and I think Grace said this, particularly given, I'm not saying just a pandemic, but just how travel will be in the future. Are there other kind of innovative ways to think through this, maybe combine it with other countries or having a particular, maybe an ecotourism? I don't know, some specifics to that. So I would put for the business model and the revenue model, I would really look at that. I think initially it'll be fine, but I don't know the extent of the market itself and thereby what your solution can do. I really liked your presentation and I give you 22.
Great, appreciate that. And Will, feedback from the team?
Yeah, mine is going to be rather brief because I kind of echo what Raha's comments were. I think that if I can add anything new, maybe looking at tourism from a standpoint of online tourism, maybe something innovative, like people can't travel the globe. And this is definitely no offense to Haiti, but Haiti hasn't been number one on anyone I know list to travel to and visit to even before the pandemic. So it may be rather limiting to just focus on Haiti for tourism, but to be able to take Haiti maybe and have pictures and videos. I can probably walk around the corner easier than I can get on an airplane to travel someplace. So maybe start some type of online portal where people from all over the globe, including Haiti, are able to share what's going on in their environment as well as the history behind it. And then from that standpoint, see if profit can be made and shared. But I think you did a phenomenal job, and especially like in the beginning, how you set the scene of what's going on in Haiti. Thank you.
Great, appreciate that, Will. And score for that?
23.
Great. Okay, well, thank you to that group. Bravo. And we'll let you know how things play out. And hopefully the tourism kicks back up. On that note, hey, we're going to go to Team V. They are open meal. And kind of speaking of COVID-19 and adaptability, that's where I think this group is sort of pivoted in their business and solution model. So Iris, over to you, and Amy, thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Let me share my screen real quick and we can get started.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adam. Okay, so we're ready to start.
Oh, before I start, can everyone see my screen? Is all good? Just a thumbs up. What do you? Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, awesome. Okay. So hi everyone. I'm Iris, and with Amy, my teammate, and we're Open Meal, a nonprofit that supports local restaurants and individuals impacted by COVID-19. So we decided to go with scenario number 2, which is creating a safety net for the community. We believe that no one should ever have to worry about their next meal. We are a nonprofit that buys meals from restaurants facing closure to feed those in need so that no one have to go to sleep hungry. We have a very simple solution. So first step, we have donors that donate to a universal pool. And then second, we will distribute all of these donations equally across the different restaurants. Lastly, we'll have the diners who will have a $20 credit per week to order meals on our platform.
Here's a quick demonstration of what it looks like for a diner, as well as testimonies from other people. So if you look at our website right now on Open Meal, you first go into our login page, type in your email and your unique password based on how you set it up. When you sign in, you are taken automatically to our storefront. And here are all of the restaurants that we are currently partnering with. Select the restaurant you want to order a meal from, choose the dish that you want, add it to your cart, and then you can go into your shopping cart and then check out, all from a pre-paid credit that a donor has already previously made for you.
Yeah, and you can see some of our at the bottom. So yeah, so speaking of the urgency of the problem, now during COVID-19, 50% of the restaurants have already closed their door. And even more, food banks are facing overwhelming demands with record high 14% unemployment rates, which is why open meal is really needed at this moment. We have 54 million Americans who don't know where their next meal is coming from. Even though right now we're only operating in the US, we do plan to expand globally to other developing countries because we have a very scalable model that have everything being a self-serving model to for restaurants onboarding.
Who else is trying to solve this problem? Right now, there is Food for All. However, they only subsidize 50% of food costs, whereas Open Meal does cover the entire costs. There's also food stamps in the United States. However, they do require a social security number, monthly income proof, which is not necessarily readily available for a lot of undocumented migrants, refugees, and really limits the amount of people who are able to access these food resources. Our differentiation is that Open Meal, in comparison to other places that allocates pre-made packages, Open Meal gives diners back their dignity and autonomy by allowing them to order their own meals from a variety of restaurants. It's your choice, and you have the dignity as a diner to order what you want. Our impact since April has been astounding, as we have raised over $10,000 in donations, served over 600 meals to 62 weekly diners, partnered with 25 restaurants across 4 cities in the United States, but most importantly, we've supported communities that are most in dire need. Our team consists of a lot of talented and diverse backgrounds from product management, design, marketing, business development, and engineering. And we've all are full-time students or full-time recent grads who are taking our extra time in our day to be able to make sure that everyone gets food readily on their table through Open Meal. Our business model currently relies solely on our generous donors, as we have conducted a lot of fundraising initiatives such as Zoom classes to have someone teach a class, grants and sponsorships from corporations, an e-commerce store, social media crowdfunding, and as well as donations from family and friends. Our costs are very low, as we only need a server cost to make sure that our website is still running. That's what makes Open Meal incredibly scalable, and all of our donations go directly to feeding people. Our ask is for $10,000, which can sponsor 2,000 to 3,000 meals for our diners. We're also asking for a mentorship on growth for scalability and how to make sure that Open Meal is always has money to keep feeding people who are in most need. Thank you so much for watching. And yeah, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them now.
Thank you so much.
Great presentation. I know one of our judges, Eric, has been in sort of the food for the hungry space and done a lot of volunteer work. So Eric, I'll let you ask the first one.
Just a quick question about the diners. Is there a selection process or criteria, if you can walk me through that?
Yeah, so right now our diners have to go through a lengthy process, one describing what their situation right now looks like, as well as providing any sort of documentation, just to make sure we don't have any diners signing up twice or more than once. Right now the questions involve, describe what your current situation is, how much money do you make? And what we found is that a lot of these responses have all been very genuine, detailed, lengthy processes of people explaining how they've lost their job recently, how they're all healthcare workers. And we take time out of our days to read and make sure each one of them are both vetted as well as a genuine response.
Okay, because I know here down in South Florida, we work a lot with the homeless, and a lot of it has to do with mental health and why they're homeless. And I know that a vast majority will not have access to online platforms, to a cell phone even. So to bridge that gap is not an easy task. It's a lot of boots on the ground.
Yeah, this is definitely something we've considered. So we're right now partnered with a lot of homeless shelters. And what we have realized is by partnering with the homeless shelter, there's always someone there that knows how to facilitate that process. So sometimes we've actually had one person who signs up for 30 people, all living in the same locale or community center. And we just give them a larger credit so they're able to buy meals for all of those people.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good job.
This is Radha. I have a question. Very well done in terms of describing what the problem is and having a well-crafted solution. I have a question as well and this is on the side of the restaurants. So how do you sign up the restaurants in terms of making their products available or their food available? I'm assuming that that's at a very subsidized cost and that you're funding for that to happen. How do you get to those restaurants and how do you make sure it's in the locality of where the people signing up to pick up the food?
Absolutely. So when we first started, we were looking at which areas were most impacted by COVID-19 and family-owned restaurants. So places we sought out were SF in Chinatown, as well as New York when that was becoming a pandemic. And we've really just looked to the grassroots area and looked for local family-owned restaurants that have been existing in those places for a long time, have loyal customers constantly coming in, and just reach out to any restaurant that was in those dire needs. We really targeted restaurants, a lot of which were owned of people by color, local restaurants and family-owned restaurants where this is their entire income. We asked them, our business development team has worked really hard on this, and we basically take their menu and put it directly onto the website to minimize any extra steps that they need to take, as we understand that right now, restaurants are facing a lot of issues and time is definitely not on their side.
Yeah, just to add on to that, and we also make sure that we have an autonomous self-serving onboarding process for restaurants to basically upload everything to our platform without having to go through too much hustle. We have a full-on guide on how they can do that. And also comparing us to the Uber Eats platform, I know that Uber Eats takes around like 30% fee on every order they make, whereas we do not take any fee out of the restaurant's revenue because we want to fully support the restaurants and we're not making profit out of them.
Wow, very interesting dialogue here. Grace, I know we're getting on time, but do you have something that you want to add?
Sure. We actually did this too. So we started a live fund to pay restaurants to deliver food to frontline workers, essential workers. My questions for this particular project is what happens after COVID? And also, what if people want culture-specific food, and if they prefer to make food at home? I also have a similar concerns with Eric is for people who are in poverty, it's an ongoing systemic kind of thing, right? And they would rather have maybe food for a whole week versus just meals for a day. So how do you solve for that as you move forward? But other than those questions, your pitch was great. I like the way you structured it and everything. It was really helpful for me to understand what your proposed solution is. I'm glad you're already out there doing the work. And my score was a 17.
Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer your first question, actually, we do plan to stay sustainable beyond COVID. And our plan is to keep this platform running, which is why we have automated a lot of processes, such as onboarding restaurants and also a lot of the steps that the diners have to go through. So we're also doing sustainable fundraising for the long term. And we're trying to develop a business model beyond that.
Yeah, I think food insecurity is one of those things where it started, definitely COVID has made it worse, but food insecurity is going to exist outside of COVID. It is an ongoing issue that we see as something that we really want to fight and really want to make sure that's not something happening in the United States as well as globally.
Right, and Will.
So I have one question for you guys. How long have you been doing this?
We started in mid-April and we officially launched in the beginning of May.
Okay, so I have no comments other than I think it's freaking perfect. And I donate $500 towards that 10,000 that you said you're trying to get. I gave you a score of 30.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your help. That's amazing.
I gave you a score of 27, and I would donate as well.
Thank you. I want to just mention that $10 or $20 serves 2 to 3 meals. So 500 as well as any donation coming in, we really appreciate a lot.
Wow, and that's incredible, and that's why we have an incredible panel and Will, in a humanitarian at heart, so you spoke right to his heart on that one, and good job. Thank you for presenting, and we look forward to seeing what happens with this. Very well organized, and yeah, serving a lot of need. So thanks again. And on that note, I know for those that have been watching online, and you've seen that we've gone through quite a few pitches so far, and these judges have been resilient. We're going to go for a quick 5-minute break. At least allow everyone to kind of stretch their legs, maybe grab some water. I'll turn it over to Nithal and Leon for some interlude remarks while we just get a quick break going. Over to you guys.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Adam, for also facilitating and for all the judges and the teams. I think we're getting into a rhythm now, so hopefully everyone feels good about that. And what an incredible last pitch to take a pause on. Leon, if you're online, if you want to share, I wanted to also just introduce Leon and some of our volunteer staff that, I mean, have been beyond amazing. So Leon has been interfacing with the teams a lot. I think he's a fan favorite and doing a lot of the admin work on the Discord side. Ioana is also here. She's supporting the teams, and Jenna. So thank you guys all so much. It takes definitely a lot behind the scenes to have this all going on. But Leon, I'll just turn the mic over to you. If there's any tips you want to give for the teams as they're trying to get onboarded and get into the Zoom call for their pitches.
Yeah, thanks, Nithal. And I do want to make sure that this is an actual break for the judges. So judges, please go take care of yourself. Get some time away from the screen and do what you need to do so you'll be in tip-top shape once you're back for us. To the teams, yeah, thanks for your patience. We are definitely going with the flow here, as you might imagine, any kind of hackathon or impact space. Again, I do want to remind you all that this is the start of your journey. And so I'm excited for you all to share with us. But just remember, this isn't a end all be all, but really the beginning moment for all this amazing interconnection. Just to remind you all, once you do present on Zoom, we invite you to continue watching on the YouTube live stream and then join us in the huddle room in the Discord so you can all celebrate and kind of be able to chat and connect with each other there, just to kind of debrief that experience and how fun it is to be around each other. And I will pause here. I'll answer questions in Zoom chat for you all, but for those that are live, enjoy some fun music. We will be back around, I think, noon Pacific time and 3 p.m. Eastern time.
That's perfect. And there's just one last thing I wanted to mention, and I just wanted to mention that for the teams that are going, that have gone, it definitely takes a tremendous amount of courage, especially when you're pitching in a language that's not your first language. So we've been in such a rapid pace, but if you would like to drop some words of encouragement into the chat for the teams that have gone, that will be going, or on Discord, I know when you're pitching some of that, you're just in such a go mode, but just hearing some words of what resonated or what went well means so much. So if you're on the live stream, you can maybe drop it into Discord, but if you're on this call, feel free to use the chat to also share some positive notes for all the teams that have been part of this adventure.
Yeah, this has been really incredible. Just to see everyone in different parts of the world, just while we're taking this interlude, just to fill everyone in on where this really began was, when the journey has been involved primarily out of the from my own personal experience, being there part of the relief efforts, and just really wanting to help out. I didn't have this entrepreneur mindset when I began, and taking the problem, how are we going to solve, how are we going to scale. It's so great to see you all thinking that way, and Here we are, unfortunately, that wait, 15 years ago, 2010. I know some people still remember it. And here we are, in 2020. No one would have thought we would be in COVID, sort of pandemic and sort of earthquake moment. But Innovate Social, incredible partners. Just they put. I mean, we couldn't have done this really without Nicole and the team and the expertise she built. To make this a reality, and they've done, I think at this point, 15, and I think this is the 16th Impactathon. Just truly incredible, just from UCLA to Stoka, and who would have thought on Discord and around the world, and they're just a great way to tie everyone together. So I love that this is really ecosystem building at its heart. Just as we continue, and one more plug here just, for the audience and for those who may be watching, we do have Impactathon t-shirts. We shared a link in the Discord, and we'll probably put it here. If you want your merch, and kind of wear it around, and you're like, I was there in 2020 when we did this, please grab one, and we're glad to have everyone. Let me go ahead and check. I think for the judges, when you're back, and just kind of put your video back on. I know you're back, but otherwise we'll kind of just wait for them to come back. Nicole, anything more that you want to kind of fill our viewers in at home? I don't know.
No, I think this is, I think we've talked about this process so much, and so much is beyond the four walls of this event. And I think we'll see some of that impact happening from the connections that are going on. And just a note, our next team is ready. So whenever the judges are ready, and Adam, whenever you're ready, Daughters of Kenya is ready to go.
I'm ready.
Okay, Eric or Will? Give them a little bit more time, but on that note, since we're in the interlude period, Grace, and for those that might not have been on the original announcement, every single participant is going to get a membership, a virtual kind of membership. I don't know if you want to touch on that one more time, and how people can plug in and they'll get a link or something. I think you might be on mute, sorry. Grace?
Sorry, what was the question? I was responding in a private message.
No, it's all good. Just was going to say, I know some of the people that might not have heard the initial announcement, I just want to give you one more opportunity. People are getting, it sounds like a virtual membership for at least some time to work with you and your team. I don't know if you want to talk about that one more time.
Sure. While we're waiting for more people to jump in, I was talking about the Impact Hub Global Connect membership. And so that is actually from the Impact Hub Global Network. What we're providing is membership, which provides you with access to the global community app, so you can connect with peers, potential mentors, advisors, and potential collaborators around the world, specifically focused on any of the sustainable development goals. So poverty is the #1 SDG. As you know, you would also get perks and discounts from some of our platform partners, including discounts to HubSpot and Zoom. As a Global Connect member, you would also be able to participate in some of our live events, and they happen at different time zones, because we are cognizant that we're serving a global community. And just on the Global Connect app, there's a job directory. So if you're looking for opportunities with social enterprises, you're welcome to also take advantage of that. And you can find it by going to impacthub.net/join/connect. And I'll share that in the chat again. But again, impacthub.net/join/connect. And if you're working to change the world, we want to help you.
Yeah, no, that's great. And resources. That's the way to excel and keep going. So great. Well, it looks like we got our judges back. And it looks like next is Daughters of Kenya. I think, Knight, that's you. And I'm going to hazard to guess you guys are from Kenya. And we look forward to hearing about what you have to share with us.
Hello, how are you guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Great.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. There's a little bit of a little bit of a buzz, but we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I wanted to know that you can hear me. Thank you. Well, I'm just introducing Daughters of Kenya to you. Our mantra is rescue, empower, educate, and educate. Basically, we are a trust organization that work to improve and change the lives of the vulnerable girls in Kenya. And we work in Machakos and Nairobi counties, basically in the formal settlements, that is Kibra, Mukuru, Kwajenga, slums, and Hosom Lolongo. Next. Yeah. Our vision is a society where vulnerable girls and young mothers are empowered to realize their full potential. Our mission is
Sorry to interrupt. Has someone shared the screen so we can see the slides?
Can you see the slide?
No, we cannot.
Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Let me share the screen. I thought someone was sharing the screen. I'm sorry for that. Well, can you see it now? Yeah. Our vision is a society where vulnerable girls are empowered to realize their full potential, whereas our mission is to create sustainable models that rescue, educate, and empower the vulnerable girls and young mothers in Kenya. We believe that empowerment of girls and young mothers, especially the vulnerable, makes them the catalyst of change. Next. Our interventions are in 3 programs, that is education and life skills training. That is, we have started an institute called Daughters of Kenya Institute of Entrepreneurship. We do social protection, that is violence against girls. That includes FGM, that is female genital mutilation, child marriage, as well as GBV, amongst the vulnerable girls and young mothers. We also do livelihood and economic empowerment for sustainability, that is more of sustainable livelihood. For this program, the problem that we're bringing on board is that we saw, like the problem statement, is that vulnerable girls and young mothers, they also lack access to education skills that enable them to economically be self-sufficient. Education and also skilled workers, you find that mostly it's considered for the men, the traditional way of doing things, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. And you find that girls are more likely to be exploited into abuse, GBV, and all forms of abuse, including child marriage. Yeah. Yeah, you also find that the girls have none or low access to skills, yeah, that they can be able to use them even when they are not going to school and earn something. So we were pitching on this program, empowerment of the vulnerable girls and young mothers. We've already started doing some things for the girls to change their lives. And the one which we wanted to present to you is that we want to acquire at least 5 sewing machines and clothing for tailoring. This is part of the cohort that we want to put next under the Daughters of Kenya Institute of Entrepreneurship. Yeah, how have we seen the market prospects like this? The uniform, we are going to be able to make uniforms for schools, corporates, SMEs, and government bodies. Yeah. Also, distribution of masks and reusable pads to the governments through the government affirmative action funds. And then people can also be able to buy masks, reusable pads for the vulnerable communities from the organization, which already they are doing. And also we do retail and wholesale selling of the masks and the reusable pads, especially to the schools in the communities, the vulnerable schools. The social impact that we have is that economic empowerment to the vulnerable women, because this one is inclusive. Why? Because when we help them as well, it goes in helping their families and their communities, and inclusivity. Also, when we talk about supplying free reusable pads to the vulnerable girls, we've done it before, and we've supplied almost close to over 100 to the Baringo County of Kenya in the West Pokot region, where we reached those communities that practice a lot of child marriage and FGM, and we've been able to supply to them. And it's kind of getting back to the society. So to us is the social impact. Yeah, sustainability of this program will be, because as they make, they can be able to be self-sufficient, they can acquire skills, they can be self-employed as well, they can be able to, to be employed in companies or even to other people to be able to make a living out of it. Yeah, the revenue from the general production, it's also a profit that can be used as well to plow back to the project and expanding, and also bringing other vulnerable girls on board. Yeah, we've been able to receive support, and also we continue to receive support from the government, that is the national government and the county government, through the GAV, that is the national government affirmation action.
All right,
Then
time
the
is up, so
revenue
maybe
from
let's try to wrap up.
Thank you. Yeah, these are the pictures of our girls, as you can see, and this is how the girls we supplied to them, and you can see what they've been able to do. So that's what we've been able to do so far. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much.
Appreciate it, Knight. Okay, yeah, and they are already functioning in Kenya and doing many of these things, so it's great that you can come to this and maybe get some tips. So let's go to Rada, and any comments or questions?
Yeah, I think that first of all, the people that you're helping, vulnerable young women, and their empowerment is so close to my passion. And so I listened very intently to what you were looking at, and the skilling and the empowerment pieces. I would say that, skilling in itself is one large market, then engaging them jobs and empowerment is another one, both societal and economic. And then the third one is the FMG part. And I would just say that for one organization to take on all of these may be hard. So you may want to really hunker down in one area and then add the other areas later. But I think the problem itself is a great problem. And I shouldn't say great, but it's a really important societal problem. And I'm glad you're attacking it. Thank you. Great. And I'm still doing my scoring, sorry.
Yeah. Sounds good. Eric, any questions or feedback?
Great presentation. Thank you very much. I had a quick question. What is the price of a sewing machine in Kenya?
Sorry?
How much does a sewing machine cost in Kenya?
Yeah, we have different types of sewing machine. We have the industrial, which goes for around 30,000, that is around 300 USD. And we have the single typical traditional machine that's going for 17,000. That is around 170 US dollars.
Okay, great.
So for the girls, we engage. using the traditional one, but for the tutors, they use the industrial machines.
Great. I think you had a very specific ask. I gave your team a 24. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks for that. And Grace from Impact Health Houston, any thoughts, questions?
I really appreciate the systemic approach for the solution and how you thought through all of the market prospects. So you developed a market for the people, for your clients, the people you're going to serve, which is, it shows how you can scale this kind of impact by helping those individuals also develop their own kind of businesses, right? Because now they're selling masks and pads and so on.
Yes.
So I really liked it, and I just scored it 24.
Great, good work, everyone. And Will, any thoughts from you?
Mm-hmm. So I gave a score of 22. I really liked the focus area. It hits at one of my life purposes, which is around women empowerment. And this is a much needed focus area. So bravo to you for picking that. Thank you.
Great, appreciate it. Okay, well, Daughters of Kenya, I know many of them are represented here.
Madam, I gave a 24 as well. I just finished scoring. So.
Okay, great, got it. And for the Daughters of Kenya, I know you guys brought quite a team, and we're just glad to see you get to this final phase, and obviously the work continues even after it's Impactathon, so way to go there, and again, bravo. Okay, our next up is the EMIS Youth Achievers, and they are actually from one of our partners here on this Impactathon, the Africa Education Program. We had Julianne present yesterday as part of the Impact Talk, so no pressure, but yeah, I think we should be seeing some great things from y'all. Are you guys ready to go?
Oh, yes, we are ready to go. We have a pre-recorded video that we're going to share.
Okay, there's a little bit of reverb, so you might maybe get them too close to each other, but go ahead and play it if you can.
You probably have two systems running there. Somebody next to you also logged in, so just a lot of echo coming.
What might work is, why don't we do a little bit of tech assist for you guys, and I'll have one of our teams maybe get that video so we can play it for you. Because I think we do have another group that's ready, if that works for you guys. I don't know if you want to give it one more try. Go for it if it's ready, but otherwise we can help. I don't think we can hear it. That's the problem. All right, well, hey, we'll get it figured out. No worries. We'll get you guys back on here in a sec. Do we have another group ready to go? Here. Smile Innovation Hub, Zambia, TP. Are you guys on?
I think we have Team N ready to go.
Okay, Team N. Let's hear from you guys. Let's see. Wadencia. I don't know if you're ready to go, or Makande.
Yeah. Yes, we are Team I.
Okay. Go for
Oh, okay.
I know we're kind of out of order here, but do you have a presentation ready?
Yeah, I will share my screen.
Okay, great.
Good. Can you let me know if you see my screen?
Yep, perfect. Thank
Do
you.
you see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So we are team I, it's FLIP, it's financial literacy and entrepreneurship and technology. So our idea is to have a youth development training center in Haiti for children from the age 14 to 18. We know that in Haiti, financial literacy has always been a prohibited subject because we've never given it the relevance it deserves as fundamental knowledge. So we think that financial literacy should be considered as a commitment to the country since it promotes to the country inclusive growth and more stable economy. So we are two in the team. So we live in the community. We want to start in Cap Haïtien, is OCAP, one of the North Department in Haiti. We have experience in working in social enterprise and we are passionate for young education. So the problem we are solving is the inefficiency in the management of personal finance, wrong investments, lack of savings, over indebtedness, and the impossibility to identify opportunities in their environment. So our urgency are barriers about financial literacy, inequality, and the social marginalization. So our solution is gonna be training on financial literacy, technology program, and entrepreneurship. This implies acquiring tools to understand concept and product related to finance, which allow developing skills, the skills to make informed decision, assess risk, and identify financial opportunities. Our market target are high schools. So we are going to do the training for children from the age 14 to 18 and the private institutions for their social responsibility. For example, if we have a bank which wants to respond in their social responsibility, so they can buy the program from us and we do the training for the children. Our experience, our realization is that we already identify our target group, we form a team and we pair it and we present to some schools a proposal. We are starting the process to legalize this center because we have to go in the education ministry, commercial education, all that. So we have the ministry who try to solve this, but they have more theoretical, lack of practical tools, and there's no follow-up. So now we need funds and mentor. And our budget is about $2,820. So our results will be change life, young empowerment, entrepreneur spirits, use of their financial literacy to understand their needs, having a strong finance management. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know that financial literacy is super critical. Well, let's start with Will first. Any thoughts for you, Will?
Yeah, so I think they're a good it was a good presentation. I like the focus area. I really appreciate the control that the speaker had and the speed in which she spoke. It goes far for making sure we understand. If you have a great presentation, you have a great idea, but people don't understand what you're saying, then that could be a big hindrance. And I think that she did a phenomenal job with that. I'm still adding up my score.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, no, that's good feedback. And how about Grace?
I have nothing to add. And I agree with what Will said, the feedback that Will provided.
Great. And Rana?
Good presentation, good problem, and I think a good approach. You didn't ask for a lot, which says that you are in control and you want to take it a step at a time. A little bit of funds and mentoring, which makes a big difference. So I wish you well. And my score is 23.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And Eric?
Great job. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just one quick question. Who are the people that are going to be teaching? Is it yourself and your partner?
Yeah, we are going to start, but we want to involve other young people in the process. But we are going to add 2 of us.
Great. Thank you very much. I had a score of 20 for you. Good job.
All right, great. And again, great to see, we're seeing, first we were in Kenya, now we're in Haiti, and these challenges as we see them across the board, as Mark said earlier, there's, some of these that may be very geographic, we can use those and some of these solutions wherever. So bravo to you all, and we look forward to seeing what you can do. We do have some Haiti-specific prizes, so we'll put you in the running for those, and we'll let you know how you do at the end. Right? And I think now we have worked out the tech. Leon's going to go ahead and share the screen for the EMIS Youth Achievers, and that's named after the school that is down there in Kafue, Zambia, actually, believe it or not. Great to see them on, and they are Team O. So go ahead and play it, Leon.
Hello everyone, my name is Chimango Njovu. I'm the team point person for Team O, representing the group Amos Youth Achievers. Our team consists of 5 participants who are students in college or university that are business oriented, with skills that can be used to the growth and progression of our business idea. The skills include computer literacy, creative writing, public speaking, leadership, and art. As a group, we sat down, discussed, went on the field and did the research. We looked at the challenges that are faced in society and suggest the solutions to the problems. We agreed and settled to poultry farming because we noticed the high demand for chickens due to its high consumption. We also considered the need for diversification and exploration of the agriculture sector. We decided to be part of the solution as we alleviate poverty. Poultry farming is basically the rearing or keeping of different types of birds, and in our case, we are going to specialize in broiler chickens. And for our business to be implemented, for a start, we settled with renting a house for a cost of $150, and this amount is going to cover up the entire time that the chickens are going to be grown. In this case, the chickens are going to be grown for a period of 6 weeks, and each chick costs $0.25. We agreed to start with 1,000 chicks that will cost us $250. And for the chicks to grow for 6 weeks, we arrived to a total of $350 on bags of feed. Electricity and water can be covered by $25. For medication, we arrived to a sum of $100. On the equipment, we arrived to a sum of $67.5 to cover up all the equipment that is necessary for chicken growth, which includes water pots, feeders, and braziers. We chose braziers over electric heaters to save on the cost of electricity. The overall capital for this business is $942.5, and after 6 weeks, each chicken will be sold at $3. Having 1,000 chickens will sum up to a revenue of $3,000. This arrives us to a sum profit of $2,057.5. When reinvesting, there will be no need to buy feeding equipment because that is fixed capital. In this case, there will be a reduction in capital and an increase in profit. The question is, why is our solution important right now? The solution is important as it will create employment for our youths. It will keep the high demand for chickens, especially that we are heading towards the festive season, which makes it more ideal. We live in a society where people consume so much chicken as they celebrate the birth of Christ, as they progress from one year to another. So as they celebrate, there's a very high demand for chicken. About our business, the market is vast, but we are starting with our community as our primary target because that's where we draw the motivation and the inspiration to start up this business. Otherwise, we hope to grow and expand and supply to supermarkets. Other than selling chickens, we will be supplying chicken droppings to fish and garden farmers at a very reasonable fee. On the issue of competition on the market, we cannot overlook the fact that there are other poultry farmers, but we realize the weakness of our competitors and build on them. For example, we will be supplying big-sized chickens on a lower price. The demand is so much high than the supply, hence poor delivery of quality and affordable chickens due to lack of competitors. So if we are going to engage into this business, we are going to give competition to these people that are already in poultry farming and have quality service to the customer's satisfaction. So what we are asking for is capital to initiate this business that will play an important role in the reduction of poverty. In our conclusion, we are going to end with inclusiveness because our business proposal covers all people from different walks of life. Moreover, when the merchandise is ready, we intend to engage people from the society to participate in the supply, hence creating employment for our fellow youths. Thank you very much.
Great, that was really amazing, yeah, we can really see how you guys problem solve together. Well, I know we still have a lot of competitors, so I'm really gonna just be a little bit more straight to feedback. So we'll also make feedback available to all of you by getting some of the comments that the judges have made in their scorecards. We'll make sure that you guys can see those and provide any one-on-one as needed. But let's go on this one to Will and kind of keep it as an exclusively one judge.
I was hoping that I would go last. Okay, so because I really like this presentation. I think it was a great job on the intro of introducing everyone so we can get connected. I love the thought process that you went through in terms of how you selected. And I personally love me some chicken. I just do. So for that reason, as well as your presentation, I'm going to donate $150, which is the amount that you said you need for one house. Love me some chicken.
That's amazing. Well, another great thing there. We're seeing half this pitch is about put your idea out there, tell exactly what you need, and good things happen. Well, even better to end on one judge on this one. You're ending on a high note there. We also get your scores, and you might still be eligible for more prize money or something else. But
the score was 28 too, by the way.
Great work to you guys, and congratulations on that. I'm looking at my screen for who is next.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have Team U, Last Mile next.
Okay, Team U, last mile, and you guys have a technology solution to bring food, I guess, to the last mile. Let's go ahead and just roll into it, please. I think, Tim, are you on? Okay, going once.
Good. I need to share my screen.
Okay, great, please do.
All right. You can see my screen now?
Yes, now we can. Are you
Good.
presenting a pre-recorded or doing a PowerPoint? Oh, great. And just for you and all the
I'll do a PowerPoint. Okay. I'll do a PowerPoint and share. Yes.
Perfect. And just
I'll go very quickly. We are a startup. All right. There is some noise outside trying to tell them to shut down, but they didn't want. So kindly bear with me. We are a startup trying to provide an alternative route to markets for small scale farmers. And this came after the experience that the whole world has had with COVID-19. One of the areas that was really affected was the supply chain. So due to lockdown, due to curfew, due to closure of marketplaces, there was a significant reduction in the market for the farm produce. So our solution was is to connect the farmers and the market in urban areas through technology. And the way we do it is we lobby farmers to be able to get what the farmers are selling. We also do the marketing on the urban area side to be able to know what are the demands that are for the various food crops that are there. Then we also do now the link between the farmers and the market. So the farmers basically are selling to the consumers directly through our model. Now, what's really different from what we have known from the past is our pricing model. Our pricing model is on a discount based on the quantity that you are selling. So, for example, this is a screenshot of our, or if you look closely, this is our WhatsApp screenshot. Because we are using WhatsApp bots to connect the farmers and the consumers. So the WhatsApp being for the consumers, and the technology that we are developing for the farmers being SMS. So what I was saying about the pricing is our prices reduces with the quantity. So it's very simple. If you buy for example, 1 to 10 kgs of rice, pure Pishori rice, very well smelling rice from a place called Moya in Kenya, you get the rice at 150 Kenya shillings. Then if you buy from 11 to 20 kilograms, then you buy at 145 per kg. That's Kenya shillings. That's about $1.5. Then from 21 to 30 kgs, then you go to 140. Then above that, there you are at a lower price. Now, what is interesting with our model is this bit of grouping. Now, if you have lived in an estate, you have probably some friends. So the way our model works is you join a hunt with our friends, and then you're able to enjoy the price models. And even if you are buying 1 kg and your neighbor is buying then like 10 kgs, if I can take you back to the previous
30 seconds left.
screen. Yes. If you buy 1 kg and your neighbors bought above 10 kgs, then you are able to enjoy the price for the next layer of the price. So that's all really enabled by technology. Now we are starting very small. Right now I'm at a place near the farm site, because today I had to go and source for some materials. Then so that we can be able to have enough to sell tomorrow and on Monday. Now we have started really small, but from the feedback that you are getting, we have a big opportunity for
All
growth.
right, let's wrap up. Your time is up.
All right. Now, what we need, and that's why we joined the Impactathon, is to be able to get to scale up. We'll need the marketing team. We'll need the logistic experts. We'll also need the lobby team and the technology. Now, to be able to do all this, we are asking for your support, especially even if you don't give us money, but we are asking you kindly to come closely, look at this, because it's really giving us very good feedback from the people that are really buying from us. And in case we are able to support us, we are asking for 5,000 USD to be able to buy 5 motorbike for delivery purposes. Yes, and that's basically all. If we are able to do that, the impact will be big. We will have a lot of jobs for our youth, improved socioeconomic status for our farmers, and then we'll have more money for all the stakeholders who are involved, including potential investors like yourselves. Thank you so much.
Great. And agriculture is needed, and certainly you have a technology solution that may work. So just in the interest of time, I'm going to just pick one of the judges to give you some quick feedback. Grace, would you mind sharing? I just saw you go off. Sorry about that.
Sorry. So it was just really confusing for me because it went from a lot of information about rice to then asking for money for bikes. So I don't understand what the solution, how it's trying to address poverty right now.
All right. We started with where we started is after the COVID-19. The farmers could not get.
I'm sorry, I don't want to like derail the schedule. So maybe if you can just share the answer in the chat.
All right.
More depth.
After this, all right, I'll do that. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And you know, those are questions that may come up. It's just flow, and we've got also, just to do a plug for folks like our catalyst Brendan. You know, that's where storytelling comes in as well. So great, we'll appreciate that. And just as an admin note for Rana, if you can just pass me your number in the private chat, just so we can connect you with our judges chat on the other platform, might make it easier. But again, thank you, Tim, for what you're doing, and it seems like at least something pretty neat. So Nicole, who do we have next?
Yes, we have Team P Innovation Hub.
Great. Are you guys ready to go? I think you guys are from GMU, is that right? Tim, you might have to stop sharing if you wouldn't mind.
All right.
Appreciate it. And thanks again for sort of playing, as they say, and coming all the way from Kenya. So thank you again. And Christian, I think, is this you or wait, Innovation Hub? I think, who's the leader there? Sorry, everyone. Are you guys on? Just come off mute if you need to. I think, actually, this is from Zambia. Sorry. We've got Lindunda, and I'm messing this up, I apologize, Kalaluka. Lindunda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Can you see my screen?
I think you have to share the screen.
Okay, so I'm going to play it now.
I'm finding it hard to hear clearly. Maybe it's just me, but the other judges feel the same way. It's very, very.
Yeah, Lindunda, we're going to do a little tech help on the back end for you, and let's go to another team that I think is ready, just because I want to make sure you guys are able to do it, and it's really has no setbacks. I do see Team H, our backpack is on. Why don't you guys, if you're ready, go for it.
Yeah, I'm happy to go next. Thank you so much, Adam. Mine is a video, and so I'm happy to share the link. I'm happy to play it or have someone play it, whatever makes the most sense in this space.
Feel free to go ahead and share your screen and just share the audio, and you can just play it from your screen.
Awesome, thank you so much. And then if someone can just let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi judges, my name is Christian Raphael, and I'm so excited to talk about Our Backpack, a podcast and online platform that gives resources and tools to support individuals' personal and professional journeys. My mom told me I could be whoever I wanted to be. And within higher education, we recognize that there are barriers. When it comes to the economics, the cost of tuition keeps rising. In a 2018 Federal Reserve study, it illustrated that 69% of students enrolled were dependent on student loans. That average debt was $30,000. While my mom loved me and was rooting for me, she couldn't mentor and support me in terms of the logistics of higher education because she didn't know the context. And culturally, when it comes to finding job opportunities and navigating the job market, we know that when it comes to opportunities, visibility and access looks different. So how do we tackle some of these issues within higher education? Our Backpack is a podcast and online resource that gives the tools for individuals to succeed in their personal and professional journey, specifically people of color. Through storytelling, we want to tackle three things. One, we want listeners to develop professionally. This means thinking about their finances and their goals. Two, we want to help listeners identify and navigate opportunities. Yes, to apply early, but two, also how to navigate the workplace. Three is creating networks. We want our listeners to know that as people of color, they're not alone and that we're here for them if they ever need anything. Who's the team? Well, I'm Christian Raphael and I'm Assistant Director for Staff Development. My whole job focuses on how to help people get to where they want to go. And Erica, her role focuses on marketing and communications. We both work in higher education institutions. The importance of this is that we're in two pandemics, racism and COVID-19, and one has been here for a very long time. When we are thinking about creating spaces for professionals, we want to ensure that people of color and underrepresented groups feel supported in their career development. When it comes to COVID-19, as higher ed professionals, we need to pivot. We need to think of ways how we're supporting individuals professionally and holistically. For our partners, looking at the National Associations for Higher Education, these are the groups that we want to work with to help push and advocate for the need of ongoing development for our students and entry-level professionals. And when we're thinking of clients, we would love to do workshops as well as seminars in relation to our podcast when it comes to the schools within the DMV region. Our competitors, there are two. Radical Candor is a podcast that focuses specifically on professional development for the business sector, and LinkedIn Learning, which has several platforms and resources for skill development. But the two things that these competitors are missing is diversity and the focus on higher education. We did have a demo, a 15-minute episode, as well as a worksheet review guide We had 7 people review this, and while they loved it, it was related to them, related to their field, the audio was not the best. For our business model, we want to indicate a few things. What is free is our podcast and the worksheet I just showed. We will generate revenue through our journals of our backpack, a journal that goes coincide with each episode. And for every journal that is sold, we'll provide 1 professional journal for someone who can't afford it. And for measurement, we're going to follow up with listeners and individuals to see how this has been supporting them or not. The ask, as much as I love iPhones, we need better equipment to make sure people can hear us. When it comes to marketing, and if we do work with institutions, we want to ensure that we are presenting ourselves the best way possible through portfolios and visuals. And lastly, distribution. Who should we work with when it comes to journals? Thank you.
Great, no, I appreciate you tackling certainly a tough issue, particularly as you said, COVID, and you know, this reflection period of racism. Will, do you have a comment on this?
Yeah, here in the US, we just had a scandal over college admissions. So the fact that Christian is bringing this up, I think is very timely and very needed, because, you know, going back in the day, as a person of color, I'm Black. When I went to college, people were like, okay, affirmative action got you in. That's unfair, it's unfair. Well, now if you're rich, you can buy your way in the schools. And there are people who actually deserve to be there who can't get there because they lack the funding. And it's just not fair. Not only is it not fair, but if you keep doing this, then what happens is you start stacking the deck with people who are not the best qualified to get things done. We saw that with affirmative action in the USA. Now we're seeing it in the USA over the rich. And even in India, they have reservations, which based on the caste that you have. So we have to be conscious of how we make it a fair playing field for everyone to equally be able to move forward based on their merit. So bravo to you, Christian. I don't have the score set up because you were in the middle of your presentation and I was typing out, I'm like, let me talk. I like this one. But good job.
Thank you so much, and co-sign on everything you shared.
Great, and I appreciate that. And we are in the speed round now, so ending on a high note, and we'll see what the scores are. And I think what we were going to do, McKinney, I know you were ready to go, but why don't you give a little bit more try to get us your PowerPoint. And in the meantime, we will go to, I think it looks like Team W is ready to go. That would be TriArt from India and South Africa. Are you guys ready? Tritine, are you online? Okay. Who else? McKinney, why don't you, if you want to just give a try to go, if you want to just go ahead and just kind of speak through, or you want to work through the tech on this one? Okay, looks like the PowerPoint worked. Good job. Okay, thanks for setting that up, Leon. Okay, McKinney, it is over to you. And I know for everyone, we've got as it says, empowering artisans, shoemakers in Haiti. And for the judges, this is Team N, and I know we're in the speed round, so just make sure to either send me your numbers or go on our Google Sheet to update, please. McKinney, I think you're gonna just have to come off mute. Maybe that's just the problem right now. Does anyone see him on, or Paul, or Farid Paul? we might have to come back on this one. I apologize, everyone. Okay. Do we have anyone next? Team? I'm trying to see.
Yeah, I think that we have, should we try Innovation Hub again, Team P?
Okay, great.
Innovation Hub. You can go ahead and share your screen. Okay, let's.
Innovation Hub, okay. Team, do we want to just do an announcement? We might just be coming toward the end of people that might had tech or maybe just.
We also have Team W.
Okay. And Team W looks like TriArt. I know we tried to contact them a second ago. Okay, looks like they're ready. Great. Okay, TriArt are you the one sharing, or Leon, is that you? Or okay, I see him. There you go. So the floor is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. And just a reminder, we are doing 4-minute time limit, so you'll hear a beep at the 3-minute. But please go ahead and continue.
Suggest
Okay,
you
so I
plus and magnify the slides a little bit more for our judges.
how do I do that?
There's a plus sign on the bottom next to the magnifying glass.
Is it this one? Is it better now?
No changes
Hello?
yet.
Yeah.
How about now?
I think for the sake of time, we'll just press unless looks like that's on the Google Drive. Leon, do you want to drive? Are you able to find that? Their presentation.
How about now?
No, why don't you go ahead and start? We'll figure out the tech on this end and make sure the judges have a link if they need any questions. Mostly it's the presentation, not necessarily the words. So please go ahead and start.
Okay, so since I have like 2 minutes, I'm just gonna give a run through of the presentation. So our solution is going to be focusing on fish production. We all know in Africa, most African societies depend on agriculture in terms of GDP. So in this case, we're going to be focusing on South Africa, the agricultural sector, the gap within the South Africa's agricultural sector. If you can see here, the statistics show that at least 1% total national budget goes to agriculture, and 6 to 7% is contributed by the total manufacturing output. I don't know if you can see my screen. I'm just doing a round through. Then 1.6 million people are employed within the agricultural sector, and around 700,000 people work in the sector as of today. So our solution is going to focus mainly on fish production. Fish production is not a common agricultural product in South Africa, so it means it's a new venture, it's a new ground, and we aim to unlock government support with this solution. And we aim to exploit new opportunities that are presented within this social enterprise. So this solution is going to be mainly implemented in the Okahlamba local community, then expanded from there. And we're going to ensure that there's a facilitation of fish production value chain in this local municipality. This solution is also going to provide employment to the local community. It also includes, it's inclusive of both gender, and it also presents opportunities of partnerships with foreign fish production value chains with countries like Kenya. It will also create educational opportunities for the youths, men, women, especially in acquiring training for supply chain management if they want to engage in this fish production. So one of the setbacks is if we don't implement this solution, it's going to risk losing a promising venture. Like I said, this is a new product. Not many people are doing this. So if we don't implement this, it's losing, it's like sitting on a gold mine. It's losing a promising venture that can be explored and contribute to the country's GDP. And there's also risk of an increase in the gap within the agricultural sector. And of course, unemployment will rise. Okay, I can hear a chime, so let me just.
You have one more minute left.
Okay, 1 more minute. Okay. Okay, so this solution is important right now because due to the COVID-19, we have seen a lot of people being sent home. A lot of people lost their jobs. So there's need for an implementation of new ventures so that at least there's increase in employment. And COVID-19 has witnessed, or should I say it has caused a shift, a major shift into a lot of economies, and it has sort of caused a reverse in the progress towards poverty alleviation. And there's been a prediction that by at least 50%, or should I say at least 50 million people are going to be living below the poverty line. And
all right,
like I said, okay.
So maybe you can
Right.
wrap up in just a few seconds.
Okay, so the summary of the whole thing is this solution is going to create a lot of opportunities in terms of employment. It's gender inclusive. It's going to improve people's education systems. Like a lot of youths are going to gain training through supply chain management. There's going to be foreign opportunities for foreign partnerships. Then there's also a chance for government inclusion because we want to use this project to capture the government's attention. And it's also we're planning to use this solution to kind of cause a positive dynamic shift in the agricultural and economic sector.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that. And Eric, we haven't heard from you in a while, so why don't you share any feedback you have?
Yeah, I'm very unfamiliar with agro production in South Africa, so I'd love to find out more. It was a nice insight into kind of what's going on there, and to get into a new sector from a startup perspective is not the easiest thing, but if you can and have the opportunity to partner with the government of South Africa and explore fish production and stuff, I think that's great. Good job.
Thank you.
can I provide one comment? I really like on the last slide how you said the community will own 20% of the revenue, I guess, or of the value that's being created. So that's a really great way of making sure you're addressing poverty community-wide. And I would love that as a model in general. So kudos to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's amazing, and thanks for really stepping out, so to speak. And kudos to you, as Desiree said. So we're going to do one more and then take a break. We are getting to the home stretch. Everyone's doing really good. And thank you to our judges. They've been resilient with us on this and really providing some just amazing feedback. And I know it's really meaningful. We'll go ahead, and I'm hearing that the Team S is ready. I believe they are.
I thought Team T, we were going on just now. I didn't realize. Okay.
Oh, you are? Okay. Hey, whoever's ready, go for it. Let you guys drive.
Okay.
Sure. And we'll and during the break, just so everyone knows, we'll kind of do a little bit of a reset and make sure that literally all the teams are ready, and we'll keep trucking through it. So welcome, Anita, and just what we've been telling everyone is 4 minutes, and especially this late in the day, we're strict to that. So you'll be hearing the buzzer, and then when you get the hey time, you know make it what it is. But go ahead and give us what you got.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Hi, everyone. I am representing Team T for Community Empowerment. We have a time banking and charitable giving platform that matches skills and resources to those who need it most within a community. And you could see the picture of our team members. Although our team is small, we all come from diverse backgrounds and experience that are critical for success, and we're all passionate about alleviating poverty. So what is the problem? Millions of Americans struggle to get out of poverty because they lack the awareness of existing safety nets that are too often ineffective and inefficient to make much difference in their lives. So people in poverty do not have money, but they have other resources and skills to share. And some notable statistics in America from Oxfam data, it's 50 million people currently living in poverty, 18% of which are children. So our solution, reciprocity-based charity app. Our platform, when deployed community-wide, allows for members to ask for help, offer help in terms of time, goods, supplies, as well as money. Our solution is a comprehensive solution that allows the positive aspects of, you can think of Facebook, social media, meetups, event planning and engagement, GoFundMe's, fundraising capabilities, and also freecycle.org, if you've heard of that one, within a reciprocity-based volunteering platform. I know it sounds like a lot, but if I have time to share the demo, you'd see it's very streamlined. So the cost of doing nothing, well, millions of people continue to be trapped in poverty with no means of getting out. And the urgency, we have to act now. Larger populations in need because of COVID. And again, I mentioned if we do nothing, it's catastrophic consequences of people starving and being evicted from their homes. Our market, well, it's mainly community members within cities or towns that are the beneficiaries, and our growth potential is very huge. I'm just giving you statistical data here about like 1.5 million nonprofit organizations that could definitely tap into these communities to really help them and see what is going on inside the community. They know what do community members within this community, what are their struggles, what do they need most? Our competitive landscape, well, yes, we know there's tons of NGOs and social enterprises out there working to solve the problem, to resolve poverty. When our own mentor, Jean-Louis, he was talking about Worth as something similar, and the Lions app that I've noticed that's very similar looking in the look and feel, but that's done by, and it's for Lions Club members. Again, these are, it's a silo system. Even the NGOs, they usually pick one specific area, whether it's like clean water, hunger. So what I've built in this situation is, a way to allow any change maker out there, to go and tackle any community that they want to, or region, with the right tools. We're just giving the tools so anyone out there can make a difference. All right. Again, I don't know if we have time for our demo, but I will share it later if we can. So we got feedback from many, many amazing mentors. Our key learnings, well, there's a compelling reason for people to use our platform. Initially, we should focus less on converting to paid plans and focus more on getting high engagement. And then we can offer these paid features later for our large corporate clients.
All right, let's try to wrap up. Time is up.
Okay. So like I mentioned, that was our business model. We are going to continue to apply for grants and attract communities by delivering value to join for free during COVID with paid premium features. And the cost structure right now is out there. It's free to $15 a month per community. And well, we're looking for 150K funding to finish our dev team. And if we need any mentors to join, it would be Jean-Louis. We really appreciated his feedback, and because he's built similar systems that we're building. And that is all. So you don't have a 1 minute to watch a video? Is that possible, or?
Unfortunately, we are just really pressed time, but feel free to put the YouTube link in there and also in the chat logs, and okay. We'll hopefully get to that one later. But thank you for providing that very insightful look at what that kind of mutual currency system could bring to the world. Raja, we haven't heard from you in a little bit, and I don't know if you've seen this in your line of work, but this might be an interesting one for you to comment on.
Yeah, sure. So good presentation. I would actually like to see the demo, so put it on
it's
chat.
1 minute. I'm happy to share it.
Just put it on chat, and I will take in respect to all the other participants. Mm-hmm. I think the thing that I would like recommend is to be more specific about what the offering is, and the ask is to develop more, to develop a product, which I appreciate because we are in the AI field, but to really look at what exactly would be the value to the NGO, to the community, etc. What would be different, because you were kind of general rather than focused. And the reason that that these kinds of efforts are focused is because then you get a network of people who are focused on a particular problem they want to solve and are passionate about it. So I'd like to understand that more, kind of this broad approach, and seeing if that's really successful. So that's all I would say.
Okay. Can I respond to that? I guess I didn't go over why this feature that we're doing is unique. Is we understand that we cannot solve everyone's problems. So it is community empowerment. We know the community are the ones, people living day in and day out know what their problems are, but they need the right resources. So we're connecting them to those NGOs, to the corporations who want to donate. Does that answer it a little bit? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Sorry, I was on mute. I was just trying to help out.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it looks like you've gotten a lot of folks that who give you feedback, and we look forward to seeing that continue to grow, and now you're part of a bigger community. So thank you for sharing, and we will do a very brief break. We'll just go ahead and say 4:15 on the hour, and I'm hearing that the next group up will be Team L. So if you've got your stuff ready, please go ahead and load it, and we'll meet back here just in a sec. If everyone at least just wants to stretch their legs. Nico, you want to add anything there?
Nope, I think you got it covered. We'll just take a quick breather, and we are in our home stretch. So everyone that's watching, all the teams, all the judges, you've been on this marathon, and the end is in sight. So thank you so much.
So we'll resume back at 1:17 p.m. PT 4:17 Eastern Time.
Sure, we'll do a 5-minute break, and I can put that up on a slide or something too.
Are there any teams that have a time restriction that need to present earlier? Please let us know in the chat.
Yes, while the judges are taking a break for all the teams, maybe we can use this time to just, get situated, get our order right, and if there's any support that that we can do for any of the videos, we can do that now. So it looks like on my list, and I don't have your, I'm going to open your spreadsheet, Leon, but it looks like Team F, L, B, and S are all in the queue. Let's just double check that. And I'm checking the chat. So if you are a team that hasn't presented and is ready to present, please go ahead and just on the Zoom chat to everyone, just mention that you're here and you're ready and what team you are. And we're using the letters just because it's a little bit easier. So if you use your team name, also if you can use your letter, that's helpful for us. Team P, okay, I'm adding you to the list as well. So we have FLBSP, that's great.
And did I say Team L? Do you guys already have the share why don't you go ahead and share your screen so as soon as the judges come back, we can kick it off. Team L, are you coming off mute? Joseph.
Hello.
Hello, yeah. You all right?
All right, Team S has a time crunch, so I think Team S is going to go next.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that then.
Oh, so we should wait?
Yes, is that okay if you wait because one of the other teams has a time constraint?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you can go Team S and then your Team L, correct? So we can go.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. I just have a question. So we submitted our recording.
Yeah, it would be best if you go ahead and if you want to play a recording that you just do it on your screen.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so just share your screen.
Sure.
It's probably safer that way too, because we may pull up the wrong recording. We have a lot of a lot of tabs open.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, let me know if you have trouble, and I'm happy to do that as well.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you for that. Let me just see. Or Angel, do you have it up? Can you pull it up?
I mean, I do have the video on like a VLC player.
Can you play it? Since you took it.
I can play it. I don't know if it'll will show up in share screen, I guess.
Real quick.
Oh,
just open it
okay.
on
Should I just show it up like?
Yeah, just present your screen.
Oh, there's that. I don't know. Yeah. You guys see that? Does everyone see that? I don't know.
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it.
We can see it. Just do a quick test.
Did you share your sound?
Oh, is my sound shared? Let me see. Did that show up?
It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it? Oh.
So reshare and check the box that says sound, and then wait a moment for all the judges to return. I think some of them are still on break.
Stop share and then share screen. Wait, and click. Oh, share computer sounds.
There should be a checkbox
on
the bottom.
Yeah, it's like share computer sounds.
Yeah, share computer sound. Just tick that.
All right. So
just try it real quick before the judges come back. Hey guys, we're Stack Tech. That's good.
That's good? Okay, cool.
Yeah, go back to the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll play it when all the judges are back.
All right.
Well, it looks like our judges are back. So,
oh, yeah.
You guys, good timing.
All right. I guess I'll play the video then. Yes. Okay.
Hey guys, we're Stack Tech, and we're here to bring you a system of collecting computing devices for impoverished regions in Niger to provide education for students. My name is Sai Gatala.
And my name is Angel Sotopiot.
My name is Siddharth Velavolu.
So the problem that we're focusing on is the learning crisis in Niger, which leads to poverty since uneducated individuals do not receive equivalent career opportunities, and specifically targeting the root causes of unqualified and unmotivated teachers, as well as the lack of resources.
We chose Niger specifically since this nation has one of the lowest literacy rates in the world. As you can see in the statistics shown, while other nations are climbing up the literacy margins, Niger is still left behind.
So our solution is to provide a service that collects unused computing devices and examines these devices to select which are in good working condition and which are not, and then ships those working devices to individuals and families in Niger. We're really trying to bring about an increased supply of computing devices in students so that they can learn online with motivated and qualified teachers. We collect devices in two different manners. One is through simple donations from people looking to give away their unused devices, and two is through a program that works with UNICEF student organizations within schools and colleges that will collect devices in their community and be rewarded with certificates of volunteering success once they reach a particular number of collected devices stacked up. On our screen, you can view how the app works and how devices stack up as UNICEF adds more devices to the database. We plan to partner with UNICEF student organizations, like I mentioned, as well as Google Loon and SpaceX Starlink to expand network connectivity through Niger, as well as education platforms such as 360ed.org, Khan Academy, Remember Niger Coalition to provide education with strong foundations.
The reason the solution is important right now is because the learning crisis is a global situation. Now is the best time to act because of the presence of strong organizations working on improving education in Niger. We can work together with these organizations by providing resources like phones and electronics. If we avoid tackling this issue, organizations in Niger will lack the tech to use more modern methods of education.
So what is the size of the market right now? The scope we're targeting spans over 81% of Niger, which is approximately 18 million individuals that we're targeting. Who else is trying to solve this problem? Well, our current competitors include Remember Niger Coalition, 360ed.org, and ZeduPad, which hand out devices that were donated to them or manufacture their own. However, we see Remember Niger Coalition as 360ed and 360ed.org as well as partners. But these organizations, however, simply rely on individuals coming to them to donate. However, StackTech, on the other hand, has a system in place to continuously collect devices through programs and partnerships with the student organizations of UNICEF.
The business model for Stack2Tech, there's two boxes we'll be focusing on. The first box is the cost structure. And in the cost structure, it's the shipping, packaging, and app development. And the second box is the revenue stream. We'll get revenue through grants, donations, recycling old and unusable devices, device usage fees. The two costs that we'll have is the initial cost of 100 devices. The total shipping cost is $820. And the second cost we'll have is the app development cost. And it's around $124.
So we are asking for your mentorship and guidance in pitching to partnering organizations that can help make Stack Tech a reality. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's it.
Great. No, that was really amazing, and I know that putting that together in that short span and a lot of thought. Will has a quick comment. Will.
Yeah, I think it's phenomenal what you guys are doing. My humanitarian foundation focuses on building computer labs in places within Ghana. There's one particular place, it was an all-girls school that did not have electricity, but one block away, the all-boys school had electricity. So what type of message are we sending out when the girls don't have electricity and the boys do? So anything in this area I support, and I know we're short on time, but I'll be interested in finding out more about your group. So just contact me later.
Thank you.
I don't know if I could add this. This is a big need, particularly in for young people from under-resourced backgrounds to work from home. They're losing their jobs and they're absolutely unable to do it because of lack of devices. So I think this is more than, of course, focusing on Niger is that's what you should do, is focus on a country. But I think it's definitely not just for skilling, it's also from work from home and for livelihood, especially for young women.
Great, well, good job, guys, and I'll make sure that you get connected with Will. And I think right now we have Team L ready to go, so let's.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, pressers, please, if you need to share your screen or go ahead and present.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Good evening, everyone. My name is Precious. I'm from Team L, and we are discussing the scenarios that we were given yesterday. So we chose the first scenario on how to end extreme poverty in a particular region. So we're from Zambia, and we chose how to end extreme poverty in rural Zambia by 2030. So we believe it is almost impossible to find a solution to a problem without defining the problem. So as you can see on your screen, there are 3 definitions that we came up with, and we believe poverty is not only a financial problem, but it is also a complex social and political and economic problem. So we also came up with root causes of poverty, and these are unemployment, lack of improvement in agriculture methods and government support, lack of education and online business support system. So, okay. So what is the solution to these problems that we have highlighted? We came to a conclusion that agriculture is a sustainable solution to end extreme poverty in rural Zambia. So how do we plan to end poverty through agriculture? So we will end poverty through agriculture by capacity building through an agriculture training facility. So our plan is to set up a training facility that will train small-scale farmers in different farming methods that will help them to improve their livelihood. So we want to promote organic farming. We want to bridge the gap between the farmers and the market. We want to promote solar-powered irrigation as well as product processing. So why is agriculture an important solution right now? As we all know, we are living in a global pandemic, and there are some produce that we used to import from other countries. We usually import from South Africa, things like tomato paste, juice, cheese, and all those things, but we're unable to, there is a shortage or no such products on the market because of the lockdowns that have been implemented in these countries. So we want to reduce the dependency on imports, but rather encourage local consumption. We want to create employment through agriculture because unemployment is one of the causes of poverty. So if we are going to end poverty, we need to create employment, and we want to increase income for farmers We want to reduce on aid and subsidy dependence. We want to support other industries. Sorry, let me just repeat that. So we want to support other industries through agriculture. So industries that would benefit from this initiative include the farm equipment making industry, the transportation industry. As we know, we need to transport the produce from the farmers to the market, infrastructure and manufacturing, as well as food processing and retail industries. Our target market is Zambian rural farmers, and the size is 10 farmers for the first year. So we want to start with 10 farmers. We want to train 10 farmers. And then as the program, as our initiative progresses, we shall include more farmers. And then there are some notable organizations that are promoting, that are trying to end poverty through agriculture. And notable organizations in Zambia include the IDE, International Development Enterprise. They support small-scale farmers by providing them with advice on agriculture as well.
Wrap up.
Okay, so there's One Acre Fund as well. That is another organization that is helping. And then the feedback, we put out a survey last night. So we asked people if they thought agriculture would eradicate poverty, and we got 90% yes. So our business model is an inclusive type of model. Our goal is to increase the number of monetary value of business transactions between small-scale farmers and buyers. And then how are we going to measure our impact? We're going to use a scientific approach. So we're going to research more on the right types of fertilizers and nutrients for our farmers. We're going to use conservation and eco-friendly practices. We're going to improve the agricultural output, as well as we're going to create focus groups. So after training these farmers, we're going to ask them to create groups. They're going to create a chain, some sort of chain reaction. So it's not just them benefiting, but their communities as well. And then we plan to do regular reviews in order to improve our initiative, as well as just monitor how our farmers are doing. And then what are we asking for? We are asking for mentorship, training, and funding. So mentorship, because we believe there's so many people out there that are even on this platform that know more about agriculture. And since this is our first time and we're just starting out with this initiative, we do need some sort of guidance. Training for our farmers and for ourselves. This can be in facilitating. So if somebody can train us in facilitating and how to handle training programs and all that. So with the funding, we came up with a budget, which is $5,100. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
You can give a final comment.
That is our group composition.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, you know, it shows that you guys really put a lot of thought into it. You know, just one thought piece for you from the judges they gave me is how do you set the stage for small farmers to not be competed by the large farmers? You know, that's one of the challenges I think in any, you know, out-competed. You don't have to answer it here, but something to think about as you continue to develop this solution, because unfortunately, those small farmers often get out-competed when we look at enterprise-wide solutions. But good job to you guys. I know that you are the House of God youth, and so a lot of young people doing amazing things, and we want to continue to support you guys going into the future. So, and I know it's like 3 a.m. there, so I'm sorry that we kept you guys up, but it shows the dedication, and bravo to all of you guys. Joseph, I see you're one on the team, and whoever else on the line is part of that team. Well, good stuff. Well, hey, we've got Team B next. If you guys are ready, go ahead and lock and load and present your screen, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cynthia Kao. I'm here in Washington, D.C. Half of our team is here in the U.S. We also have folks from the U.K. and Lima, Peru. So we'll introduce the concept. It is called Hand-to-Hand Web and Mobile App. The point is to create economic empowerment to connect marginalized vendors to the global digital market. And we have our team members listed below. The major problem is we're seeing marginalized vendors such as single women, HIV/AIDS positive, indigenous peoples, in rural mid-market sectors outside of metropolitan areas that are not connected to larger markets. And we're also seeing an issue with hand-to-hand cash transactions, where during COVID, that is a transmission problem. They're not digitally connected, so they're isolated. Kids aren't able to go to school. So for a single parent, she is having trouble maintaining her home, not being able to get them access to education, as well as having trouble accessing the market. So this is a proposed solution, is to provide a digital platform. And I'll let my team take over from here on some of the statistics.
Hey guys, so when we look at the key statistics, really what we're looking at is people are living on the poverty line. Looking at national poverty rates are around 20%, but most significantly our rural poverty rates sitting around 43%. And the key note here is employment in agriculture, whilst at 27%, approximately 50% of those, so 10% of employment in agriculture industry live in poverty. Next slide.
So as you see here, we have marginalized communities. Sorry, I think somebody had issues with their voice.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Here I am. Yeah, so marginalized communities are children under 5. As you can tell, there's LGBT, single mothers, lack of access to education, lack of access to technology, lack of medical care, environmental crises, excuse me. So as you can see, there's a lot of implementation here that need to be assured to. Next slide.
Yeah, so the risks for systemic problems have been narrowed to difficulties for vendors to access to the market. And this is because of digital access. They are not educated on how to use applications or things that are related to e-transfers or e-connection. Also transportation, because there are changes on freight or transportation fees. So there is not really a set of prices for these or costs. So vendors or producers don't know exactly what prices they are gonna face on regular basis. Also, under the current situation, COVID has a limited access from or by the buyers, because they have been under lockdown for more than 5 months. And also, I mean, you can go to markets, but you are limited to 1 person per household. So that also limits the amount of produce that the vendors can sell. And there is a lack of association between vendors. So if there is no association, they have few power for bargaining. So yeah, those are the basic problems that we have.
So we have our proposed solutions. We're trying to connect our vulnerable sole source producers with mid-market and established vendors. So one of the ways of doing that is through the app. We can have mid-market vendors. Okay. Mid-market vendors connect with the sole source producers and have better quality production, as well as establish areas of need. So for example, Southern California is undergoing wildfires. There may be metropolitan areas in Lima, Peru without access to fresh food, fresh nutrition. And so we're connecting the vendors and the buyers together on the app, and it will be a digital end-to-end encrypted transaction. So that's limiting the amount of fraud and cash transactions, theft, and it promote digital banking as well. It will also provide jobs for sellers, the transporters, and the buyers. We're also creating and amplifying alleviating the sole source producers to larger markets. If this app does not exist and we do nothing, the poverty will continue to rise, especially during the pandemic. And the sole source producers will be outsourced by larger, more established producers. So we just want to highlight our team. You guys can check that out on your own time since we have a vulnerable amount of time. Why is this solution important? We're trying to make sure that we're creating a end-to-end e-commerce industry for people that are in vulnerable, less marketed populations. We've also...
You guys have a few more slides, so why don't you just give us now at this point the bluff, what's kind of the takeaway for the judges on this one?
Sure. Okay. The takeaway is basically to create a business model for vulnerable sole source producers to be on a digital platform instead of relying on face-to-face transactions. Because of COVID, because of the pandemic, people are socially isolated. Again, cash transactions increase transmission rate. And this also creates global awareness. It allows markets in the Western hemisphere to be connected with developing countries who they may not have access to that before. And sole source producers, coffee growers, farmers, organic farmers, they can now have representation. And through the app, we can also provide education and resources. So it's really a end-to-end market. It's not just for e-commerce and it's not just for agricultural, but we took Lima, Peru as our case use study, and we can scale that to other areas that are vulnerable.
No, that's incredible, and you're right. That is kind of a needed solution for this time. So yeah, appreciate you guys, and the veteran coders as a military member. Certainly glad to see the unity and the diversity. Getting someone from Peru and also from our allies there in Britain. So bravo to you guys, and I look forward to seeing where this is. We've got, if you guys definitely want to take this to the next level, I'm sure there's a lot of the different partners and sponsors that I think would be interested in this, and we'll make sure to make all these available for you guys. So again, bravo, and just in the interest of time, I think we are going to go to, we got P next. Go ahead and share your screen if you can.
Which team, please?
Team P.
P, okay.
I think I have the video for that. Give me a sec, but is the team here ready after we watch?
Team P is the innovation hub from Zambia. I think Lalonda. I see her on here. I think she's just on mute right now.
Okay, it's 5 minutes. I'm going to start now.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lindunda Karaluka, representing Innovation Hub. Our startup name is Family Financing Solutions. Family Financing Solution is a startup business which aims at refinancing business by increasing working capital of small-scale businesses and helping people set up new businesses. So on my screen here, you can just see our group names: Lindunda Karaluka, Boas Lubingu, Francis Samtumwa, Chanda Kashina, and Peter Mumba. So the problem is poverty. We are addressing scenario 1 and focusing on access to finance. After conducting an extensive research, we came to conclude that 90% of our targets, they are not saving the money. They have working capital of minimum $10 and maximum of $20, and they are not having 2 meals every day. The major problem we are trying to solve is high level of poverty and lack of access to finance and small amount of working capital. Solution to the problem is access to finance. Our solution to this problem is to refinance the business by increasing the working capital of our target clients. And when we reach second quarter of business operation, we invest in new business setup for another families. The current financial institutions only lends money to people working, and they charge a high interest to pay back in 1 month time. Hence, our target group don't have access to funding, meaning this family will remain in poverty. So this group, like me, Lindunda Karaluka, I once owned a beauty and cosmetic business which I was running when I was at secondary school to raise money for my school fees, to pay for myself and my young brother. The whole team members were computer literate and public speakers. We believe that we are the best group of individuals for this enterprise because we come from the same community. We know the problem our community has. We have a direct contact with our target group. We first conducted the market research, not on our interest, but on the needs of the community, which is the small businesses that we are targeting. So our solution is very important based on the following explanation. You can see on the screen right now, a family without a loan, their capital is $10 US. So the gross profit is $20 US according to what they told us. They said when they invest the money, they get 100% profit. So the working capital will reduce it back to $10 and they remain with a $10 which they are going to feed at home, meaning they're not saving anything. But this side, if we empower these people with a $50 loan, meaning the gross profit is going to increase to $440. Working capital will be at $70. The net profit will be at $70. So this $70 is the one which the loan, meaning our company, we are going to get a 35 and the remaining 35 for the business. So the expenses has been increased from 10 to $25 and the $10 they are saving every month. Meaning if we empower them, money for feeding has been doubled and also they've started saving unlike without empowerment. So size of our target market is 70% of the population of Kafue living in Shikoswe, Kalundu View estates and Zambia compound who are not affording to have 2 meals every day. So in terms of competition, we don't have much competition in this business because our local financial institutions, they are targeting people who are working and the soft loan given to clients is very high with a high interest. Our focus is unique and new to the market. So an overview. So we are just asking for a startup capital of $900. If we have this capital, then we can start operating as a business. So the benefit, if we are empowered, the team, the people, the families that are going to receive the money from us, their working capital will increase. They'll start saving. Money for feeding will also increase, and also they'll be receiving free advice from us. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, hey, great job on that presentation, and it shows you just a wide variety of different presentations and solutions, and we look forward to hearing more from that one. In the interest of time, we are going to, I believe, team F. Is that one, Leon, that you've also got ready? Or is that the one we just did? I'm getting confused, everyone. I think we just did P.
Komoto, I see you online here. Are you ready to present? You're muted.
Good evening. Apologies. We are not ready yet. May we go last?
Sure. Is Team Q, Teams Rwanda ready?
Okay. You guys have to come.
Struggling with internet. Hope you are getting us. I want to share my screen.
Okay, please do it. Okay, we're gonna actually just have you maybe troubleshoot a little bit on the tech, and I think Team G is ready. So Melissa, why don't you guys go ahead and come off mute and present, please.
All right, great. Let me go ahead and share my slides for you guys. Just give me a second.
And Team Q, if you just want to send your slides in to Leon, he'll get you. Set up, that way you can just speak. All right, take it away, please.
Oh, let me get my presenter. I think he's confused.
Okay. Do you want us to come back here?
I think you might need to, because I'm not sure he's now on the line. So if there's another group that wants to go and I can get him back on Zoom, that would be great.
Okay, Mackendy, I think your slides are ready. We had trouble hearing you last time. If you can try coming off mute.
You're muted, Adam.
All right, Mackendy, I think we can hear you now.
Hello?
Okay.
You hear? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, you can share. If you, hello Adam, if you receive my PowerPoint presentation, you can show it for me, please.
Leon, I think this is.
Adam?
Yeah, give me one second.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, great. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Please, your attention, I will present you a great project. Did you know that Haiti is a very, very difficult country? Did you know that most of the majority of the population are unemployed? Did you know, despite of the difficulties, there are still opportunities for young shoemaker in Haiti? Unfortunately, they can meet, they can take advantage from those benefits because of three major problems. The first one is the lack of professionalism. The artisan work like this, like that. They don't have good quality products. They don't good quality services. So without good quality products, without good quality service, it is impossible to grow. The second one is the lack of entrepreneurship mindset. You know, without a great understanding about the market, about the marketing, about the customer, it's very difficult to grow. The last one is a lack of necessary of information. They don't really update. You know, without formalization, without more information about how to take advantage from some opportunities, you can grow also. So my name is Mackenzie Smith, co-founder and project management. I'm happy to present you the best solution is HINIC, Initiative Cordonier Creole. We can say initiative to support young shoemaker in English. Initiative to support young shoemaker is a social cultural project to support a young shoemaker working in marginalized community in Haiti. So how we do that? We do that with practical and technical entrepreneurship training and by specific coaching session and advice for them. And to help them develop their business and create sustainable jobs. I will present to my team. My team, you can go forward. My team is me, Mackenzie, I'm a project coordinator. We have Floris Paul, management of project. I have Marie-Flo Moret, project manager of WITEP. And we have Edwin, he's a graphic who make the wonderful logo. So why is important to acting right now? The next. We acting right now because the artisan shoemaker are in a difficult situation and they feel so discouraged because a bad situation, you know, in Haiti. They can't sell their product because about the other lack that I mentioned you before. So they have a know-how, they can resist, they can have them resist delinquency and gang practice. So no action is to more delinquencies and gang proliferation in Haiti. It's about more violence and more poverty. About the market size, is about 200 young shoemaker in Haiti. You say?
All right, Mackenzie, really sorry, but why don't you just go ahead and share the takeaway of what you're trying to do in about 15 seconds to wrap up for the judges, please.
Size. I'm in the bucket size. My target audience, you hear me?
Yeah, but unfortunately you're out of time. So can you just go ahead and just present your last slide and what your ask is? I think we might have lost you.
You don't understand? So
Yeah.
we are asking for 5,000, but we have already 2,000 from the U.S. Department of State. Now we will have some support from the U.S. Embassy and Haiti for about the space for where we show the training, and some partnership with Haiti for the training about entrepreneurship and bench. We have already other partner, but now we are waiting for about $3,000. For the competition, there are many good programs in Haiti to support young entrepreneurs, but for this category, it has totally neglected. We are the first one to address this problem of this category. Our solution will help them. Our solution will help them to grow.
Okay, thank you, Mackenzie. I'm sorry, we have to just wrap up here, and it sounds like there's some technical difficulties in the communication. So we appreciate your presenting. Great presentation about shoemaking, and we definitely want to see that endeavor continue to grow. Will, please go ahead.
Yeah, I love this presentation. I think, McKady, reach out to me. I think if you're able to do some designer type grass in the flip-flops like the one I'm showing you right now, then that might be something that you can export and sell internationally too as well. Because people aren't walking around a lot because of COVID. So let's see how you can make wearing of shoes or flip-flops even more desirable for people. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. So the Willy project is to help them to develop their products. Okay, when they're improving, when they how can I say improving their quality of the product, they can sell internationally. They can sell them on fairs. They can sell them on some boutique and the place. So there are really a great demand for the products, for the shoes in Haiti. But the people need great quality. But those artisans can't produce with high quality. That's why we will help them to develop them capacity professionally to have good quality products and to sell the products. So if you don't do anything, they will go and to let them integrate some gang and make bad practice in Haiti. That's why I see that, and I want to help them to grow their business. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah, that was great, Mackenzie. Wonderful, and you certainly are looking out for everyone that is an artist and craftsman. And so, bravo to you, and we look forward to seeing where it goes. So, thanks again, and let's go. I'm seeing Melissa as Team G, and I think they are our last entrance here. So, go for it, guys.
We have a couple more. We still have Team F, Makoto online here. And then Teams Rwanda, I still need your slides, but go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, great. Andrew Colvin here with Team Motive. We decided to focus on extreme poverty and conflict in northern Mali. As you can see on the map, the legacy of colonialism divides Mali in half. Poverty is especially pronounced in the northern part of the country, where people are separated from economic opportunities in the south by geography and ethnicity. The systemic poverty of northern tribes is a significant driver of recruitment into armed groups. In northern Mali, conflict drives poverty, and poverty drives conflict. We're going to focus our discussion on the city of Gao, as you can see on the map. To frame the problem, Mali is a low-income sub-Saharan African country of 18 million people. Several decades of violence has forced 40% of these people into poverty. Our social enterprise, Gal Together, will support conflict-sensitive business models for people to build resilience and stability in the city of Gao in northern Mali. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate extreme poverty by 2030. Slide, please. We used analytical tools to start with our goal in mind. Our conflict assessment allowed us to write a theory of change for extreme poverty in northern Mali. Our ends, listed on the right, were to reduce structural drivers of poverty and conflict. Working right to left, if structural drivers of poverty and conflict are to be reduced, entrepreneurs in northern Mali need access to capital from sustainability-minded, pro-peace-building investors. This investment requires two things. One, these investors need to believe they can contribute to reducing conflict. Two, entrepreneurs need to be able to design and implement conflict-sustainable business models. On the far left of our theory of change, our social enterprise, Gal Together, will contribute to both of these goals. Gal Together will identify and engage pro-peace building investors and connect these investors with entrepreneurs in Gao. We will also provide training and mentorship to these entrepreneurs to improve their competitiveness. Our theory of change shows how our efforts will reduce structural drivers of poverty and conflict in northern Mali. Slide, please. Our multidisciplinary team has a wealth of experience in stabilization. We design and implement development programs to improve security and alleviate poverty. Slide. The situation is urgent in Mali. In addition to economic stress and impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, last week's coup and the subsequent closure of neighboring border crossings have made the people of northern Mali more vulnerable than ever. Slide. Our initial market analysis indicates an opportunity and need among the 90,000 residents of Gao. Some of the only economic development programs in northern Mali are located in Timbuktu, but Gao is a city 3 times the size of Timbuktu. Next slide. We identified stakeholders working in other areas of Mali. However, very few focus on Gao. We believe there is an opportunity to complement our partners' efforts without duplicating what they're already undertaking. Next slide. For our business model, we employed the business model canvas to design our social enterprise. What is Gao Together? We're a social enterprise that connects investors with entrepreneurs to reduce conflict. We will set up an incubator to coach entrepreneurs on conflict-sensitive business and facilitate capital investment. Next slide. Our team members have all seen firsthand that good intentions are not enough and are committed to measuring our impact in accurate and effective ways. At the bottom of the pyramid, our inputs include things like the financial, human, and social capital we invest in this enterprise. We have rigorous indicators established at each stage, culminating in our impact at the very top of the pyramid, reducing extreme poverty and conflict in Gao. Next slide. To launch now, we need $8 million in startup capital, 15 advisors with experience in conflict, sustainable business, networking with microfinance institutions and peace-building investors, and access to expertise in microfinance models. This concludes our presentation, and our team is on the line and happy to field your questions.
Yeah, that's incredible, and wow, you guys hit it right on the mark with the timing. So, bravo to you. That's a huge ask, but you know, if it's the solution, it's going to be end-all solutions. Maybe it's the right ask. In the interest of time, I'm just seeing if the judges have any just final thoughts. No, and we'll keep pressing. But definitely, that was really neat, and we'll make sure you get a little bit of feedback in the scorecards. And wow, I love just how the design and everything. And yeah, thank you, and really great presentation. Do we have now Team F? Are you here and ready? As Leon said, and I think the only other one is the Rwanda. Okay, there you go. Angola, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. They say it is madness to do the same thing and expect the same results. When disasters strike, aid organizations rush in to procure goods to distribute to affected communities. This is done without thinking of the impact of the aid dollar and how developmental procurement could be utilized to solve the eminent problems and also stretch the impact of the aid dollar by empowering entrepreneurs in developing economies. My name is Kekele Tochena from Imbogodo, a socially responsive entity that uses social innovation to solve global problems. We know for a fact that COVID-19 has exposed cracks in the poverty response systems, like for instance, how communities could not access poverty relief resources like food, medical supplies, blankets, and behind all of this, to ensure that, also to try and solve this inefficiency in the system, we recommend, would like to look at the use of resource banks, not food banks, because there's a big reliance on people saying that we need to have resource banks, but we all know that poverty affects people beyond just the need for food. They need educational toys, they need blankets, they need shelter, etc. So it is crucial that we set up resource banks which are easily accessible by communities if a disruptive global event like COVID-19 happens, or in the case of a global warming weather event happens. We know for a fact also that this idea should leverage on the impact of the dollar. So we know for a fact that aid organizations are going to rush in and try and provide aid to the hit communities. But how that is done needs to stretch a little bit further by saying, how does our procurement help to systemically end poverty everywhere? So you are responding to a situation where there is a crisis and you need to provide aid, but those goods should actually be procured from entrepreneurs in developing communities, so that they can then use that resources to grow their businesses, create jobs where they are. We know for a fact that aid has not been instrumental in reducing poverty. So it's important that as you spend your rent with entrepreneurs in developing communities, you do so that they can foster economic growth and subsequently drive the reduction of poverty. We know for a fact that if we do not do anything, if we do not change, we do not change how we do things right now, the impact of catastrophic events and what they do to communities will spread, and that will result in the isolation of marginalized, vulnerable communities, as well as a major impact on global economies. Our solution is to find innovative turnaround strategies that foster self-sustaining and resilient global communities, be it in the developed world or in developing communities. Next slide. With more than with over 38.15 million people living below the poverty line in the US, it would be absolutely ridiculous for us to ignore the impact of poverty in developed nations and assume that it doesn't affect developing nations. And this is why, even though we are from a developing nation, we felt that it was crucial to look at how one addresses the issue of systemic poverty, or sometimes poverty that is brought on by catastrophic events. And the idea of resource banks becomes critical as a driver of both being able to access poverty relief, but at the same time, that is also used to empower other communities in developing nations. Nelisa, please take over from here.
On the laptop. Good afternoon. Thank you, Kekeleto. Sadly, Nelisa was ready to go and she lost her connection at the last minute. So I will take over from here. Thank you, Keke. The next one, please. Thank you. So with the background that Kekeleto has set, our team are positioning ourselves to contribute within a global ecosystem where we believe we will be well positioned to propose what works for the developing nations, because we grew up in poverty. We have overcome poverty. Our families have overcome poverty. We're still learning. We can learn from the bigger system. So the players
We are
in
past
the
4 minutes. Please wrap up. Please wrap up for past 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So this is the global system. I'm gonna move to our ask. And I believe through the Impactathon, we've demonstrated our agility. So our ask is really for lobbying with relevant stakeholders, including aid agencies, incubation model, and that aid organizations channel development funds for entrepreneurs in developing countries to Mbogodo, Iboba. We believe we are because other people are. Thank you. Our team are ready to field questions where available. We were backed by a global team. Would love to acknowledge every single one of our members. Thank you.
No, that was neat, and you know, it's great to see how you're attacking you know, the pandemic and bringing so many stakeholders together. And from South Africa, we haven't heard anyone from there yet. So good work to you. In the interest of time, we're pressing on, and to be honest, I think that's it. For the Rwanda folks, I think just because we had that issue, maybe we can work with you and still get those slides in at a later time. Unless you want to try just one more time to get them up, or I don't know if I see you guys here even on the screen anymore. We'll get with you guys and make sure those are at least available. So I'll just do a final call, at least come off mute if there's pressing, hey, we didn't get our turn here. I see Amanda, is that, okay. All right, well, hey, everyone, this has been truly amazing. We're gonna take just 2 seconds here to deliberate with the judges. I think we almost have a dead even tie on one of them. And then we'll just come back and announce the winners. So if everyone could at least sign off, we greatly appreciate that, so we can clear out, or I mean, get everyone the totals.
Yes, so just great. So first of all, I just wanted to say a big round of applause to all the teams for finishing. Now we're going to move into the next part. The judges, like a lot of the work is already done, so it should be fairly quick, but what we're going to do is be closing this. So if you're not a judge at this point, you can leave the Zoom call. We'll be stopping the live stream as well. What we welcome anyone, especially if you've been part of a team, to do is to meet on Discord, maybe meet up in the huddle up room, celebrate, just take a big, collective sigh of relief. You made it through. For many of you, we understand it was your first time ever pitching, first time ever thinking about a social enterprise and doing it over Zoom across the oceans with uncertain tech during a pandemic, during fires, all of this. We see you, we appreciate you, and we want to celebrate in this moment too. So feel free to go there, and we will restart our live stream and let you know when the judges are making announcements. So just look on Discord or just keep this YouTube link open, and we'll see you all soon. And thanks for joining.